And we are live. Good evening, everyone. It's Critical Drinker here, and I'm joined this evening by Az from HeelvsBabyface. How are you today, sir?
I am traumatized. I think I have PTSD.
Just to give you guys some context for this, I set as the challenge, I believe last weekend, of playing through Last of Us 2 so that we could have a little chat about it tonight. Never thinking that he would get anywhere near the end. I just thought he would get a chance to play a little bit and we could talk about the gameplay and stuff. But this absolute legend has managed to get right through to the end with about, 20, 30 minutes to spare? I think you've cut this right down to the wire.
Yeah, if you want the exact, I finished the game 34 minutes before this stream started.
Nice.
That is how much I micromanaged it.
See, that's the power of determination, and I think that's kind of what got you through this game, if I'm not mistaken.
I think cocaine got me through this game, actually, but yeah.
Well, I mean, now that you have experienced it, this nice game.
Yes, yes.
How did you find Suffering Simulator 2020?
It was one of the most dour, boring, emotionless, vacuous experiences of my gaming life.
So you liked it then?
Yeah, loved it. I'm playing it again right now as we speak. It was. I don't know. I don't know who these characters were, but they certainly weren't the characters from the first game, and I didn't give a shit about anyone, and that includes the protagonists. So, if that is what Cuckman wanted, job done, I suppose.
Yeah. And you didn't feel empathy for Abby.
I only played this game just for you, sir, for no other reason.
I know, yeah. And it makes me feel really good to know that you had a really shit experience with it as well.
Yeah. Oh, it's great. It's wonderful. I'm completely wrong. My mind's changed. Yeah. My eyes have been opened. This is insane.
To be fair, I didn't really try and sell it to you. You know, I was kind of like, "Do you want to play it?" And you're like, "Oh, okay."
Yeah. Well, I think I said to you, I think I said if you put a gun to my head, I'll play it. But I know the story and such. And then you came back to me with something like, I kind of prefer if you played it. So I was like, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I knew it would give us so much more material to work with when we did this stream. You know, knowing that you'd played it and you know,
no, I think you're
better off than that. Right. And we can go into a bit more detail.
Yeah, the story is one thing, because you can watch the cutscenes and see the story and go, fucking hell. But to actually go through the experience to even get to those points was a journey in itself.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, story, to me, is a payoff in a game like this. This, to me, is a story game. The action parts, the running around, the shooty parts, they're kind of like the filler, almost. To get to the story, you're kind of hankering for the story. Yeah. You want the next bit. And I just kind of felt as if I was kind of ripped off every time another cutscene came on, and my heart sank, my shoulders sank.
Yeah, I think it's the fact that they go on for so long. You know, they're so indulgent in the cutscenes, and I said this in my review, and I still stand by it. I think I spent more time watching cutscenes than actually playing it. You know, they should be kind of a little treat every once in a while to move things along a little bit and keep you invested, and then set you up for the next set piece or whatever. But it really felt like you say, it was the other way around. The sections where you're running around and actually doing things are just little add-ons to the story, which is like the bulk of the actual game, and that's just it's not a good way to do things, because it's not a very engaging experience. I just felt like I was watching a movie,
and even that got so tiresome, because all it was I'm here and I need to get to there. And
Yeah.
it was just like, oh God, I'm traversing buildings again. I'm traversing buildings again. I'm traversing buildings again. And so it's just the whole thing. I think because I'm actually recording, full disclosure, I actually recorded all the playthrough for my Jedi Master members, for my top tier membership, because they get playthroughs. And it took me 22 hours, about 22 and a half hours to complete. And so I'm recording it all, and I do have the camera on so people can see my face, even though I'm not talking all the time. And I think I got to hour 12, which is roughly halfway through the game. And I'm in an area. I think it's the hospital. Ellie gets to the hospital, and I'm literally going around. I'm massacring everybody. I'm fucking carving every dog that comes into my remit. I'm just slashing and hacking, and people are going, "Oh, David!" And I'm like, "I don't give a fuck about David." And I'm fucking shooting, and people are crying out names, and I'm just shooting, and I'm making up songs off the top of my head. About massacring. I think I did a song called "I'm." What was it? I'm a. Oh, God, I'm. What is it when you're? I'm like a tolerant massacre. I don't care if you're gay, if you're straight, if you're black, if you're white. I'm gonna kill you.
Oh, you're like
equal opportunity.
Equal opportunities killer.
Yeah, I'm an equal opportunities killer. I'm a non-discriminatory killer. I'm the non-discriminatory killer. And I was doing songs like this and literally manically laughing while hacking everyone to pieces. And then parts 13 and 14, I don't know if I even said a word in the whole of those playthroughs, those 2 hours of playthroughs. I was so bored. There was like a period halfway through when it transitions, no pun intended, from Ellie to Abby, and there's just there's a cutscene which feels like it never ends. It's just going on and on and on, and I'm just like, for fuck's sake, will you just stop? And it just never. I don't even know when it stopped. I might have passed out. I might have fallen asleep. I might have taken some painkillers or sleeping pills to send me away. But I just remember sort of like, oh, I can move now? Oh, thank God. Oh, it was painful.
Yeah. This is one thing that stuck out about this game for me is that it makes you experience like everything. There, say there's a cutscene where it's like, oh, we need to go down to the main gate so that we can, get on this truck and head out on a mission. It's like, oh, okay, cool. Like a normal game would just give you a jump cut to that moment. Because it's like it just needs to move the narrative along to the next bit.
Yeah.
But no. This one will actually make you leave your room, walk through all these corridors, and then just do a walking simulator for 15 minutes until you get there. I'm like, why are you making me do this? This is just killing the pace. Like this is so pointless. It's like it's a walking simulator half the time.
I think I started calling it a walking and collecting simulator. I started singing songs about just collecting. All I'm doing is fucking picking things off shelves. And to kind of add to what you were saying just then, I don't know if you can remember this, but right towards the end of the game, before Tommy tells Ellie where they've got a lead on Abby in Santa Barbara, and you have the baby in your hand. And I went outside, and
I couldn't drop it despite my best efforts.
Yes, I tried to put it back in its cot, but it wouldn't let me. And I was just like, you speak to Dina, and then Dina's just like, "Oh, come on, get away, because you're having a bit of rumpy pumpy." Because I don't know if you're aware of this, Critical, but Ellie's gay. I don't know if you knew that.
Ellie's gay, by the way.
Yeah, she's gay. And I was just walking around with this baby, not knowing what the fuck to do. And I'm just walking around the house, and times are ticking because I've got this stream coming up with you, and I've got limited space on my hard drive, and I'm walking around with this goddamn fucking baby in my hand, and the game isn't telling me anything about what I should do. And I start getting really, really raggy, and I'm just shouting, "What am I fucking meant to do? I've got a fucking baby in my hand, and I'm walking around the house, and I can't interact with anything." And I end up finding a fucking lamb in a field, and you pet the lamb, and it's just like, oh, for fuck's sake! I've been walking around for 10 minutes.
I kind of got stuck at the same bit. There's a point where you have to go outside and pick up a toy that's on a tractor or something.
Yes.
And it's like, Dina tells you to do that, but I totally wasn't paying attention to her when she said that. And so I missed it. And then I was like you, I was just walking around for ages like, what the fuck am I supposed to do? I don't know where I'm going. I looked in every room and there was nothing to interact with. So I'm like, where do I go? But yeah, like, going back to what you were saying there about like a picking stuff up simulator, that's what it kind of feels like, but there's never really any incentive to do it. Like I kind of mentioned this in my review, where it's like, games like this where you can go in a sort of open world, there should be really interesting stuff to find, like new weapons or different bits of armor or something, like interesting items to collect and combine, all that sort of thing. Here it's just the same stuff. You'll find like tape or a pair of scissors or like a chewy bar that you can eat or something like that. Like there's nothing interesting, and so there's no particular incentive to look around. It's only like, if you're really low on resources, you'll go scavenging for stuff, and then you'll get the things you need, and then on you go. That's it. And it's just such a waste. They've created these like pretty impressive levels. Some of them do look genuinely good, and there's a lot in them, but there's nothing interesting to explore, so there's no reason to explore.
Yes, the game is beautiful. There's no denying that. It looks absolutely gorgeous. There are a few times that I, really credited the game when I was playing it, going, well, that's a vista and that's a sunset and stuff like that. And it looked gorgeous. But like you said, all you were doing was go in building, kill clicker, pick up tape, pick up scissors, move on to next building. And I didn't feel as if, I know they had the collectibles. You can find the cards for Ellie and you can find the coins for Abby. But I didn't find that even remotely interesting as a sort of side narrative to go exploring. There was no reason to go, because it's so linear, there's no reason to go off the beaten track to really do anything. And so you kind of felt these wonderful environments, these crazy environments were simply squandered because the game wanted you to go from point A to point B, and it already had your pathway mapped out. So just so little, yeah.
Yeah, it's funny. There's a section near the beginning when you first arrive in Seattle where it feels like the game's trying to be open world, and it does it for an hour or two. And then you move beyond that section, and then it never really does it again. Then it's back to just linear levels. And I'm just like, why did you do that? Like, what were you trying to do there? It's like they kind of had this idea of making something like Dying Light, where you've got a whole city to explore, and then they were just like, nah, fuck it, that's too hard. And then they just gave up on it, and it's back to linear levels. But it feels so kind of half-hearted that it's a waste. And again, like I had no particular incentive to explore that area. Like I did the critical path there, get from one objective to the next because I knew there was nothing interesting to find, and then just move on.
Yeah, I recall the part that you're talking about because yes, you had a bit of or even though you had a very specific task, which was to find the gasoline, you did have like an autonomous area to go around. And so I thought, okay, all right. So we're going to go into Seattle and you're going to have like a free reign to sort of go through Seattle to do whatever you need to do or whatever. And then you literally finish that small area and the game just goes incredibly linear from there on in. Never tries to replicate it. Never tries to do anything like that again. Just gives you a singular pathway to go through, and that's it. No exploration. If there are two avenues to go down, if you go down one, you're immediately blocked off. It's a dead end immediately. So you're just forced to turn around and go down the other pathway. There's no reason to explore, and because you know what's there anyway. It's tape and scissors.
Yeah, and more tape and scissors.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's just, It's a shame because there are some sections that I found actually quite enjoyable. Like there's it's basic stuff, but when you've got to like grab an item and then the moment you get it, like the infected start swarming in, and you've got to kind of fight your way out. It's fun. Like it creates a certain amount of tension, and it's kind of enjoyable. The issue is. Your checkpoint system is so forgiving that like even if you get killed, you're going to go back by like a minute. There's absolutely nothing to it. So it doesn't feel like there's anything at stake. So then there's no particular tension to that.
Yeah, there was I think there was I can't remember exactly the point in the game, but there was one point where I was blowing stuff up, shooting stuff, and I felt for a moment as if the at least the mechanics of the game were working for me. It felt relatively fluid, and I was taking people out through different tricks. I never used the stun grenades once. I never used the proximity. I used them once. That was it. But I think it was when I was down in the sewers, maybe, and I started using Molotovs and things like that. But other than that, the game just never gripped me. I never felt that I was immersed in it. I never felt that I was connected to it, because with all the dour stuff that was going on, with everyone having a miserable time of it, everybody had a miserable time. You just got immune to it. You just started getting apathetic to it all, because you couldn't feel emotion because everybody was going through the same thing. And when Mel, like for instance, when Mel, who's pregnant with Owen's child, is killed by Ellie, it's the only time in the game that she's wearing a garment of clothing that disguises the fact she's pregnant. And so it's just like, this is so cheap, Neil. And because she was pregnant, for a fact that when Ellie came into that room, the first thing they would have said is, "Please, she's pregnant. Let her go."
Yeah,
that because of the way that the story had been presented beforehand. It was all, "Oh, you're pregnant. Oh, you're pregnant. Oh, you shouldn't be out fighting with us because you're pregnant. Oh, you got injured and you're pregnant. Oh, you shouldn't come out on the patrol again." Everything was Mel's preggers, even though when she's with Joel at the beginning, she has no bump. So how the fuck did that get that big in like 2 weeks? I have no idea, but never mind. And then, Ellie comes in. She's wearing this huge coat, which disguises she's pregnant, and Ellie stabs her in the neck, and then the coat falls open. Surprise pregnancy. And I think I just burst out laughing. I just started laughing. I thought it was just ridiculous.
It's like they kind of did a random kind of tragedy generator.
Yes.
When they were writing the plot for this game, and it's like, well, what would be awful? And it's like, well, if you murdered a pregnant woman, that would be pretty bad. And you can probably almost imagine someone in the boardroom being like, what if you actually murdered a baby? Like, nah, that's probably a step too far. We'll put the baby inside the woman and then you murder her. That'll do. Yeah, perfect. Run with it. And it's very manipulative, and just it's cheap, like you say, and it's all very contrived that she happens to be wearing that coat.
And like the first 2 hours, I think, is attempting to make you like Ellie and Dina, and to me, it just had like the completely role reverse opposite, because I just ended up thinking they're just a couple of assholes.
Yes, this is a big problem with the narrative of this game. One, it has Ellie and Dina get together right off the bat, like within the first hour they're kissing and making out and all the rest of it. So it's like you've brought their relationship right to the point where they're together. There's none of the build up, so there's no tension there or anything. They're just straight into it. And they are very similar in terms of personality and stuff. So they've got nothing to play off with each other. There's no kind of contrast between them. They're just two kind of bland, similar moochy people, that just talk about shit that I don't care about. Like, all their dialogue is really flat. boring. They never talk about anything interesting. They
Mm.
never like spark off each other or anything. It's just really like by the numbers relationship 101. And I just was bored out of my mind whenever I was watching them.
There's zero chemistry between them.
Yeah.
Absolutely zero. And I was listening quite intently to the dialogue at the beginning of the game, and it really felt like their lines were written by a 45-year-old man writing teenage girl dialogue.
Yes.
It didn't feel like teenage girls talking. They were talking about the 70s and, you know, shit like this. And he's just like,
well, yeah, like he's obviously like, oh, you know what teenagers like to do? They like to smoke weed, man, and then have a little party. So it's like, we'll come up with a totally contrived way of getting that into it, and then they just make out with each other. And that first hour of the game, I was honestly like, holy shit, this is playing out like some teen drama. You know, it's all about relationships within people. There's a love triangle. You know, Ellie's broken up with this girl, and now she's interested in Dina, and Dina's broken up with Jesse, and you know, Ellie's fighting with Joe. And I'm like, oh, fuck off! This is not what I want from a Last of Us game. You know, it lets that stuff go after a point, but like it's the impression it creates. It sets a tone for the game, and it's such a bad tone to set.
Yeah, because I think Cuckman, in his effort to try and make women non-desirable, purposely and intentfully, I think he succeeded. He made them so undesirable, both physically, but unfortunately personality-wise as well. Which is the terrible issue that the game has. Everybody's just unlikable. And when I was trying to work out a timeline of what was going on in this I think I called it when I was doing my playthrough a CW drama as well. This is a fucking CW show, I said. And
yeah, it really is.
I worked out the timeline, right? Dina is dating Jesse, who's the Asian guy. And then when Ellie says, you're not my type, he says, is it because I'm Asian? Because identity politics in a post-apocalyptic world, yo. And a week after they split up, Ellie and Dina snog at the barn.
Yep.
The day later is the day that Joel gets killed and the day that they find the weed and sit on the couch having their how would you rate our kiss speech while smoking dope, which was I just felt like slapping the pair of them in the face and telling them to go to fucking school.
That was excruciating, that scene.
It was horrific to watch. It was possibly the most cringiest thing I've ever had to watch. So they're together after one day. Joel's killed. It must be he's buried the next time we see it. And because we'll get to the bigot sandwiches later. Because we have Tommy ready to get out there for revenge. A short amount of time must have passed between Ellie at Joel's grave and Tommy setting off to Seattle. It must be just a few days, surely.
It is, yeah, because she's still got the visible kind of injuries from her beating at the hands of Gigantor.
Yeah.
So like you can assume it's less than a week.
Yeah. So Dina, I know they've known each other, but they've been dating for, let's be generous and say a week, shall we? Decides that she's going to go on two teenage girls, 18-year-old girls, because they're 18 at this point, because the chronology of this game is fucking everywhere. So they're 18 at this point, at least Ellie is, are gonna go on a revenge mission to Seattle. And they've just got together, and I'm gonna die for you, potentially. My lesbian love after one fucking week.
Part of me was just like, why is anyone letting them even consider doing this? Like, you are children, essentially. You don't have the ability to do this stuff. You know, you should. There's no chance that you would even make it to Seattle. Like, they've obviously traveled hundreds of miles to get there. Like you see how many
that took 11 days or something. It'd taken me 11 days to get there.
Yeah, like look how many scrapes you get into in the course of this game, how many times you almost get killed. Like imagine that multiplied over hundreds of miles that you have to travel through. Like, why would you even attempt something like that?
It was laughable. It was laughable. I was like, why is she with them? And then you get to Seattle and you go through a couple of checkpoints and you get to this open world area that we talked about earlier. And one of the first places they go into is a synagogue. And
yes.
Dina decides to give a fucking lecture on what a synagogue is and what it is. And I'm just like, okay, Neil, we get it. You're Jewish. We get it.
Yeah, well, it's the fact that Ellie sort of says to her, because she spouts all this like really technical stuff about the Jewish religion that only a Jewish person would realistically know. And Ellie's first question is like, "How do you know all this?" And it's like, well, she's like, "Well, I'm Jewish. Take a fucking wild guess."
But it felt so self-indulgent. So many moments in the game felt so self-indulgent for Cuckman, and it's just like, oh god, it felt like an ego project as opposed to a game that you thought people were going to invest into.
Yeah, I mean, there's the character of Manny who looks an awful lot like Neil. I don't know if he self-inserted himself into this or whatever, but
I think
there's definitely it's like he's trying to be like Hideo Kojima from 10 years ago when he was really pushing the boundaries of what video games could do, and he was telling all these insane like stories that were basically like movies that seemed really like far ahead of their time back then, but he's trying to do it now, and it's just like we've kind of progressed beyond that already, and now you're acting like a frustrated movie director rather than a video game developer.
Yeah, he wants to be Spielberg, but he's Uwe Boll. That's his problem. And we already know that he does not like Kojima. I think it's probably resentment. But when he had his little whatever it was, exhibition, whatever you call them, one of the women that he had up that he was chastising as role models was Quiet from Metal Gear 5.
Oh yeah,
and I was just like, "Oh, you got to be, love Kojima or hate Kojima. You got to be very careful if you want to kind of throw shade that way and be critical of him, because Kojima he's a genius. This guy is operating on a different plane to some people. This guy has
yeah. I mean, he's an insane genius, but he is definitely a genius.
Oh yeah. There's no sanity there whatsoever, and that's what makes it even better, I think, half the time. And Cuckman, I think, feels very by the numbers. He feels as if, I know what would get people. What if everybody just got killed? Or what if everybody just had this? Or what if Joel just got killed in 2 hours? God, that'd be a shocker. And people would be like, oh, Neil, I never saw that coming. You're so wonderful. And it just feels like he's gone.
I think Japanese developers as well, they've got a degree of creative freedom that you just cannot get over here now. Like if someone like Naughty Dog tried to create a character like Quiet for whatever reason in one of their games, they would get pilloried for it. They would get absolutely destroyed by the mainstream media. Whereas Japanese developers can just be like, yeah, we've put in a woman who can't wear clothes. What the fuck? I don't care. Just do it. Like what are you going to do about it? Fucking Western media. So like, yeah, they don't have to care.
That's their fault.
Yeah, exactly.
They've created this problem for themselves, and if it's something that they want to continue, then you get a game like The Last of Us 2, where everybody's ugly and everybody's miserable and everybody's unlikable, and when there is no levity in the game, because there's no levity whatsoever. The only part of the game that I genuinely liked was the flashback with Ellie and Joel, where Ellie's 14 again, and must be her 15th birthday, and Joel takes her to the dinosaur museum, And that's the only
that is an excellent scene.
Yeah, where I thought, oh my god, these are these characters. Oh my god, they're back. Ellie and Joel are back, being Ellie and Joel, acting like Ellie and Joel. And it was the only time in the game that it felt that way. And it was the only time in the game because young Ellie is very quippy. She's very big mouthed. She's very quick witted. It was the only time I was just like, oh, I've got a couple of smiles on my faces legitimately for what the game's done, as opposed to, oh my god, Ellie just stabbed a pregnant woman in the neck with a knife and killed her. Sort of manic laughter. But that was the only time. Otherwise, it's 20 plus hours of non-stop misery.
Yes. I get, obviously, given the situation that Ellie's in this game, you know, it would be impossible to have her cracking jokes and being quippy like she was in the first game. Like that can't happen when she's in that situation, which makes me think
Joel in 2 hours then.
Exactly. The game is badly structured. It should have been done differently, where Joel dies near the end. You know,
Yes.
I threw out a bunch of suggestions when I did my review. You know, they were obviously just off the top of my head, but any of those would allow you to work in a lot more lighter moments while still maintaining that kind of, you know, dangerous, dramatic tone of the game. You know, if you'd say, had Abby and Ellie meet up early on, and perhaps Joel's gone missing or something, or he's, you know, on a mission somewhere, they're trying to track him down, and they have to work together for a good period of the game. They get to know each other. You get to know Abby. You get to like her if that's the case. Only for you to then find out why she's actually there, which is to kill Joel, and then suddenly you're flipping this character on her head because you've been growing to like her throughout the whole game. Boom! Suddenly you got to fight her, or she's tried to kill him, or she has killed him, or whatever. Then it becomes shocking. But when it just hits you right off the bat in like the first hour or two of the game, it just feels totally unearned, and it sets that tone for that character. You hate Abby. Nothing that you do for the rest of the story is going to make anyone like her. Ellie's totally depressed and just down and a complete sad sack throughout the whole game as a result. So there's no light to be found anywhere. This is your problem, and this is the rod they've made for their own back on this one.
Yeah, and I don't think Cuckman followed his own rules, because his rules seem to be, because they could have killed Tommy and Ellie at the same time and they let them live, because their rules were, we're after Joel. Joel killed my dad. He's the person that dies. So it's operating off an eye for an eye type of situation. However, things got complicated at the beginning, or should have been complicated at the beginning, because Joel saves Abby's life.
Yes.
She's dead. If Joel isn't there and Tommy isn't there, she's dead. That's it. Abby gone. Abby no smash no more.
Yes.
And so by her own rules, she owes him, and she owes him a life. So theoretically, when things went down in that room, he shouldn't have been killed. That she should have said, you know, we were here to kill you, but you saved me.
Well, yes. And what's annoying about this?
You're on notice now, and we're coming for you.
There's two things there. What's annoying about what you've just raised is exactly true. And because later in the game, it pulls the exact same thing, where Abby has Ellie at her mercy when they fight in like the movie theater. Yes. And beats her down, and she could kill her, but she's like, no, I don't want to see you again. I'm sure you totally won't track me down at the finale of the game. Yeah. And then she pisses off. But she ultimately gets caught by the Rattlers, and she's strung up like she's getting crucified or whatever, and Ellie comes in and saves her. So if she hadn't spared Ellie's life, Ellie wouldn't have been there to then save her at the finale of the game. So that act of mercy saved her life. But Joel's acts of mercy cost him his life. But, you know, so the game, or sorry, the writers or whatever, you know, they don't adhere to their own kind of logic or their own sense of like morality. Yeah. One person spared someone's life, saved them. The other person saving someone's life condemned them.
Yes, and I think it would have been more interesting if Joel was put on notice and said, you know, you were going to die here, but you saved my life. And it's like, you know, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. They could have done something along those sort of lines, but but now we're even. and I'm going to
Even
come for you again. I'm going to tell you now, I'm coming for you again. And it can be in Jackson, or it can be somewhere away from the people that you love, because there will be casualties. Even something like that to lure him out of Jackson to get into the game.
also, like, if she really wanted to make him experience what she did, wouldn't she have like killed Tommy and Ellie in front of him and left him alive? Because then that would be saying like, well, now you're going to feel the same loss that I did, and I'm going to leave you here to wallow in your your grief like I've had to do.
Yeah, I think the only thing that prevented that is they didn't actually know who Ellie was, but they did know who Tommy was, but they didn't know who Ellie was.
Yeah, well, you can tell that she obviously was very close to Joel, because she's like screaming, please don't kill him, no, Joel, so it's like, okay, that's someone who obviously knows. Yeah,
you shoot
someone who knows who he is.
David's been shot.
But yeah, there's that. There's also like, wouldn't, even when she's decided she's going to kill Joel, would she not say to him, I'm here, I'm the daughter of the guy that you murdered, I'm here to take revenge? Like, she would want him to know who she was and why she was doing what she was doing, but she doesn't explain anything, because obviously it's not appropriate for the plot for you to know at that point. But again, that's just contrived. She should have said something at that point.
Because Cochran didn't think the leaks were going to come out, so we were all going to be like, why did she do it? Why did she do it? And then it would become part of the story later on. But we knew, everybody knew. So sure that you could say the leaks ruined that part or lessened that impactful moment. But even then, I don't think it really would have mattered. I think it would have been quite a grown moment when we realized that Joel killed Abby's dad at the end of The Last of Us 1. I think it'd be like, what? The guy in the fucking surgery? Are you fucking kidding me? I think it would have turned out to be like that, as opposed to oh my god, Darth Vader's Luke's father. This is crazy.
Yeah, it's in terms of making a link to the first game, it's a pretty like tangential link. Like, this minor character who's in it for like 5 minutes before you murder him. Oh, it's like, that's the daughter of him. It's like if someone was writing a fan fiction of this for the sequel, this is how they would try and tie it in. Like, this random character that you don't care about. Oh yeah, they've come back to take revenge. Someone's mentioned here actually, they liked the idea I threw out in my review, where it's like, Tommy gets caught outside of Jackson by Abby's gang, and he pretends to be Joel, because they obviously don't know what Joel looks like. And he takes a bullet for Joel, so that results in Joel going after Abby and her gang to take revenge, and Ellie's the one who like goes after him to try and stop him and talk him down. That would have been probably a more enjoyable game, because you've still got the revenge angle, but then Ellie is able to be a bit lighter and a bit more optimistic and positive. Like, she's trying to save Joel rather than, take revenge for his death.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be more enjoyable? And it's just like, there's loads of ways you can explore the theme of revenge and how it's destructive and stuff. That's fine. Like, as a theme, I'm fine with that. I think it's interesting to explore. But they've picked like the most depressing and the most nihilistic way of tackling it, where, it all adds up to nothing ultimately. Everybody loses everything. And Ellie doesn't even take revenge ultimately. She just kind of gives up and lets Abby go away. And then that's it. She just goes back home, and that's it. She's facing up to a future by herself.
Because right at the end, she has a memory of Joel dead. And so that makes her realize, I can't let Abby leave. I have to enact my revenge. And then after a very quick fight, the fight's about 90 seconds long. And
it's really easy as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really easy. You're just cutting the shit out of her. Then you have another vision of Joel 90 seconds later, where he's playing a guitar on your porch, and then suddenly it's just like, nah, let her live.
Because you know what it is? It's because like she has a little conversation with him where she's like, no, I don't know if I can forgive you for like saving my life and like giving me a chance, or not giving me a chance to save humanity, but I'll try. So it's like, oh, okay, you've had your flashback where you tried to forgive Joel, so you can now try and forgive Abby. And then she just like lets her go. It's like those are two very different circumstances there. Like you're conflating two things that are vastly different. Like Joel did what he had to do and regretfully killed someone in order to save your life, like the life of someone that he loved. Abby just brutally murdered Joel because she wanted to kill him.
She wanted revenge.
No, those are not. Yeah, exactly. And yeah, going back to the point you were as well making about, she left Ellie and Tommy alive because she didn't want to, she didn't want excess casualties. Surely in some part of her giant muscular brain, she would have thought, these people are probably going to come and like try and get payback for this. Like, I can tell that they care for this guy deeply, and I've just murdered him. They're probably going to track me down, or there's a good chance they will. And if I leave them alive now, I'm probably going to have to spend the rest of my life just looking over my shoulder. And there's a good chance that the people with me, my friends that I care about, might get killed in the crossfire. So as hard as it is, which they absolutely do. So it's all her fault. But it's like, I should probably just kill these two people. As much as I don't want to, it will save loads more lives in the long run. But no, because the plot has to happen.
The plot has to happen. Do you know what? Do you know what really ticked me off about this game?
Everything.
Abby. I don't just mean Hulk smash. I mean, we see Abby in flashbacks at various points in her life. We see her. She's apparently roughly the same age as Ellie, which is fucking incredible because I thought she was about 28 years old. But what was really frustrating is they have a character model of Abby who is roughly 18 years old, and she looks like a normal woman. It's only in the last 3 years that she decides to take growth hormone, steroids, eat 7 meals a day, high protein, train 3 times a day, and get 10 hours sleep to get that ridiculous body, which is Olympic-esque weightlifting type of body. And so you have this period where she looks like a normal girl. And it's just like, I would have more of at least be able to relate more to that, because it doesn't look stupid. And every time I saw Abby, I just thought it looked such a stupid character model to have. And in the fucking scene,
I was talking to my mate about this, and I was like, she looks like someone took a character creation screen and set every value to 100%.
Apart from the jet, that went to 0.
Yeah,
it's like during the sex scene, when he's got her bent over the table, and you see her chest. It is pectorials. It is literally pectorials.
It's very odd.
Yes, it just looks. Considering Cochran says he wants it to be a woman, it is a woman. She's female. It's a woman. There's no trans here. This is a woman, and it just felt like you've just made a mockery. You're making a mockery of females.
I totally get that you can, you can have a more muscular build for female characters. That's fine. And the previous game, I think, had a few like that because they live active lives, and it would make sense that they would be quite. More
Sarah Connor though than Arnold Schwarzenegger.
They would be kind of lean, but like she has the build. I described it as like an Olympic power lifter because she's not particularly lean or anything, but it's just very bulky, and like her forearms and everything are huge, and it looks odd. It looks like it's been overdone, and you just kind of can't take it seriously. Like when you play as her, especially if you're wearing like a vest or something and you're running about doing missions or whatever, she just looks so awkward and so clunky. Like her arms are like way out of the sides, and it's like, she is like the Hulk. Just like I expected her to like rip a wall apart and just throw it at someone. It's too much. And the love scene with Owen is just really odd.
Yeah.
I didn't quite know what I was looking at.
No.
It was a confusing scene.
And I
But
saw somebody say on Twitter, sex scenes aren't meant to be titillation. And I'm like, no, they are. That's why a sex scene is there. It's actually meant to be titillation. Unless the sex itself pushes on the plot, then it's there for titillation benefit. It didn't push on the plot per se because you knew that they were into each other. So the sex was kind of irrelevant. And so it was there for what exactly?
Yeah. I guess it's there for the confrontation, which happens later with Mel, where I don't know if she found out that they'd done this or that they'd just been together generally or whatever. But then she's like, "Oh, Abby, you're a piece of shit. You've always been a piece of shit." So that's like, another point against Gigantor. But yeah, like
Mel
you say,
very likable.
Yeah, yeah, like you say, a scene like that should move the plot forward, or it should do something for the characters. Like the scene itself, like it can, you can show as much as you want, whatever. Other games have done it, and they've been bold enough to show it, and it's fine. This one obviously wasn't titillating in the slightest, and
No.
it's hard to kind of get into it, but it's a weird one to watch, and I don't think anyone particularly enjoyed it. I'll give. I can only assume, like, if I was to be super charitable about why she looks the way she does, I would assume that she is training to take on Joel. Once she decides to go on her revenge trip, she's like, okay, I might end up fighting a man with a man's strength. Joel's a big dude. And so I need to be able to match that. Otherwise, I'm probably going to get my ass kicked. That's why she bulked up so much. If I was going to be super, forgiving about why they designed her that way, it's maybe just conjecture on my part.
The thing is, though, she never knows that she'll ever see Joel again. So she could always be training for a fight that never comes.
True.
And why weren't any of the guys massive? They were all lithe. They were all lean.
Owen was quite big. I mean, like when you saw them sitting side by side, I'm like, yeah, okay, he kind of looks like he's a match for her, but like not ridiculously huge, just a fairly big dude.
Takes the cupboard. It's just like, holy shit, she's gonna break his neck.
I think, yeah. I'm surprised they weren't reversed position-wise, actually.
Yeah, triceps were fucking ginormous, man.
Yeah, but it is off-putting with Abby, and particularly where they want you to feel sorry for her and do the scenes where she's strung up, like she almost gets hung at one point, and she's kind of meant to be vulnerable. You can't really feel that because she looks like she could break everyone that she meets in half.
Yes.
Someone in chat's written, Abby eats all the bigot sandwiches.
yeah. Oh, that bit was that was so bad, the bigot sandwich.
It was very on the nose, wasn't it?
Oh, God. But the first 60 minutes of the game was, do you know that Dina and Ellie are gay?
Yeah.
Do you know that they're gay? Hey, you, person playing this game, they're gay. That was 60 minutes of the game.
This is what I noticed, actually. Like it's like it does all that stuff early on, and then it's kind of gotten it out of its system, and then it backs right off with it. Like once Ellie and Dina get to Seattle, they don't really have any more romantic encounters or anything like that. They just act like platonic friends almost. Like they're just there doing their thing.
Apart from the worst scene in the whole game.
Which one is that? When she's pregnant.
When they come out from the subway and Ellie's had her mask smashed, not by Abby. And Dean is like, you're breathing spores. And she's like, don't worry, just keep going, keep going, keep going. And they get out of the subway. And then she's like, you're breathing spores, but you're not, you're fine. What's going on? And she's like, I'm immune. She's like, what the fuck? And she's like, I'm immune. I'm immune. I got bit years ago. Nothing happened. I'm immune. And then Dina just goes, I think I'm pregnant. And I just burst out laughing.
It's like a competition. Like, what can we spring on each other?
They're playing one up. They're trying to one up each other with fucking. I'm immune to the disease. Well, I'm pregnant, and I just fucking shit myself laughing. And I got it on record as well because I recorded all this. My face is like, for a couple of seconds, it's like, what? And then that's it. I lose the plot, and I just start pissing myself, howling, laughing, and then going, they're just one upping each other now. It's just, and it was, and then Dina from that point onwards just becomes the most insufferable character in the game. Because
it's like she's pregnant and then she's instantly like crippled with sickness and all the rest of it, and it's like she's basically incapable of going anywhere. It's like, wow, that really took hold quickly, didn't it? You know, and it's obviously just there so she can't go with you on missions, and you have to do stuff by yourself then. But yeah, it just felt unnecessary. And then, you know, you find out that Jesse's the dad, and he's quite cool with the whole thing. You know, he's not freaking out or anything. You think, oh, okay. You know, is there some kind of chance that they're going to get back together or something like that? And then boom, he just gets shot in the fucking face, and then he's dead. And then he never gets mentioned again. Wow, never. Great. You really did justice to that character, guys. Thanks very much. Fucking Tommy gets shot in the head and somehow doesn't die. I don't understand that.
He was shot he was shot in his side, in his eye. He was shot in his eye.
Gigantor, like, she throws him on the floor and shoots him at point blank range in the back of the head. His brains splatter all over the floor. And I was like, well, he's dead as shit. And then you see him in the epilogue, and there he is. Like, wow, how?
Yeah. He had his eye blown out, and that was it.
Yeah, Manny's kind of a cool character, and then
yeah,
and Manny, he's kind of an all right character, and then he's just talking to you in a hallway, and then boom, his face gets blown out, and he's killed as well. It's like, wow, they're really good at just dispatching these characters just like that, you know, right off the bat.
But I didn't care about any of them. That was the hilarity of it. I just kept laughing. Because I was like, I don't care. I don't care about any of these people. Keep killing them. Keep blowing their heads off. I'm going to keep stabbing dogs, and I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
And I'm going to keep killing Mary and Sue and Bob and Dave. I don't care.
This thing that they touted is like, you know, if you kill a dog or whatever, then the owners are going to cry about it and shout the dog's name. Or if you kill a person, then they're going to be like, you know, Derek, no. It's like, you don't get even a second to think about that because you're in the middle of a battle with people who are trying to kill you. You know, it's not like you can reason with them, and it's not like you can do a Metal Gear Solid takedown where you can just knock them out or whatever. You have to kill them in order to progress. So the game doesn't give you a choice to make, so you can't feel guilty about it. This is the fundamental flaw with it, and it's the same with the dogs. Like, I tried to sneak through an area with dogs patrolling and people with them, and I was tearing my hair out, like, trying to get through this bit because every single time they fucking spot you. And eventually I was just like, right, nope, fuck it, I'm just going to kill everything that I see, and that's how I'm going to get through, and that's how I did it from then on. And yeah, I didn't feel guilty in the slightest because it makes it impossible for you to do it any other way.
Yeah, I didn't give a shit. I just didn't give a shit. All this talk about repercussions and you know, you're going to see things from the other side. You're going to see Abby playing with the dog that you kill, and then Ellie goes stupid dog when she kills him, and then when you realize who the dog is, you're going to be like, oh my God, that beautiful dog. And I was just like, didn't give a fuck. It was going to eat my face. So I stabbed it in the fucking eye, and I didn't care.
I was honestly braced for like a flashback from the dog's point of view where you find out it's got like a tragic backstory. Ever since he was a puppy, Max dreamed of being a guide dog. And he was 2 weeks from graduation when the pandemic hit. It's like forced to become this brutal killer.
This black and white flashback because that's what they're seeing.
Really like sad piano music playing as he's going around.
You just got to scurry around avoiding the clickers and shit. Stop it from getting eaten. Oh my God. I would have laughed. That would have been hilarious. Then I would have known that the game was a piss take. But unfortunately, because that isn't in, I'm still undecided whether or not this game is actually a piss take or not.
I think it's pretty serious. I think they really went for a serious, dramatic, experience here.
Do you know? I forget even their names. Lev and Yara, the two
yes,
Asian
yeah,
scars with Abby. Yes. Did you give a shit? Because I didn't give a fuck.
No, I was just like, I was like, wow, the animation they did on her broken arm was quite cool. But apart from that, like, I didn't care particularly about her. The whole thing with Lev about him being a her, the way it was leaked, it made me think like, oh Christ, this is going to be absolutely insufferable. I think the game handled it okay. Like it wasn't too intrusive, and it didn't try to batter you over the head with it. It was just a thing which happens, and it kind of plays into the storyline. So I was like, I wasn't too bothered by it, but it just felt like a totally, token gesture to put them in.
And a post-apocalyptic game isn't the game for identity politics and trans issues.
No, I don't think that sort of thing would even be indulged in a situation like that. They'd be like, no, we've got bigger things to deal with than your kind of issues.
We need to eat. We need shelter. We need clothes. We need warmth. We need sanitation.
We need to stop these clickers from eating our faces.
Yes. We need to just survive overnight. The last thing you're worrying about is your gender identity and your pronouns. And I think there's a point in the game. Yes. Oh God, this is going to make me sound like a bigot, but okay, we'll go with it. There was a point in the game. I think it was the point where just before I decided to go full psycho mode and just go around massacring everyone, where I was sneaking around, and there was this guy and a woman patrolling, and the woman says to the guy, "Oh, I can't wait to get back to the barracks to see my girl again." And I just was like, "Oh my God, is everyone fucking lesbian in this game? This is what's gonna kill humanity? There's no heterosexual people left. This is the way the world."
We've got bi people, like people who are like Dina, who are going to take one for the team. They'll keep us going, so it's all right.
Yeah.
There's a great chat here. It says, "Fat Geralt is not the hero we asked for, but the one we deserve." The guy who punches Lev into the garage door.
Oh, it's so funny.
That is such an amazing takedown. It's just like brutal.
I saw the all the memes that have come out about that, and then Perry Chan did a hilarious little video on it, and it just, you can imagine Cuckman just being like, "Oh God, people are going to be like, Lev, no, is he alive? Is he okay? Abby, you must jump up and protect." And then 99% of people are just pissing themselves laughing at how much of a meme it is.
It's just
that's
it's beautiful. It's so well shot, and he just comes straight in, no hesitation. Boom, he knows what to do. That's funny.
Smack, knocked a motherfucker out. That's it. Watch Eric July's Rippers video on it, and it was, oh my God, it's one of the funniest things you've ever seen, that video. He's just like jumping out of his seat, running away, going, fuck. Just at this little kid getting pummeled by like a 350-pound dude. Just whop.
Yeah, lamp someone. There's in chat here, they're saying as well, was there really a pregnant woman dragging herself on a dangerous mission? Yeah, multiple times actually. It's so dumb. Like, this is probably a good example of like the kind of identity politics getting pushed into it, where it's like, a heavily pregnant woman can totally like, leap up on walls and pull herself up onto gantries and get thrown around, and she's getting attacked by things, and it's totally fine. She can handle all of that. It's like, no, you would never send someone like that on a mission that dangerous. You'd be like, nope. No. You're heavily pregnant. You physically can't do this stuff right now, and it's really immoral to send you out on something like this where you could get killed. You're gonna have to sit this one out until you've given birth. Sorry, like they would.
The human race needs to continue.
Yeah, it's like they're not short on manpower either. Oh, sorry, human resources. But like, there's plenty of people who are not pregnant and who can go out on these missions and get, be put in danger if necessary. People like that, there's no fucking way they'd get allowed. It's like the US military wouldn't allow a pregnant woman to go into a war zone. Why would they do it here?
It was dumb. It was done so we could see Mel, and there could be the conversation with having Mel there, and it's Owen that's got her pregnant, and it just didn't work. It is another daft visual, stupid visual to have in this world. And so it's just like, unless you can give me something that I can take seriously, I can't take your shit seriously, because it's ill-conceived and it's ill thought out. And even if, and whenever they spoke about Mel, she was the greatest surgeon, she was the greatest archer, she was like the bestest ever. And it's just like, oh, fuck off. Yeah. It's just like, people need limitations. People need flaws. People need weaknesses. That's what makes us relate to them, because we can see those aspects of them in ourselves. How can anyone see anything of themselves in Ellie apart from the fucking rock?
Well, this is one thing I will say about the story, and this is because people, when I did my review, a lot of people were saying to me like, "Well, you're praising this game for doing the same things that The Last Jedi did, because it took lots of risks and it did things that were unexpected." And I'm like, yeah, but you're missing the point. Like the way it did this, like the actual implementation of it, was way better in this than The Last Jedi did anything like that. This game actually dared to present female characters that were flawed. You could argue that Ellie and Abby are deeply flawed people. They're not good people. Yeah, everyone's flawed in this. They are not good people. Like, depending on the other character's point of view, each of them is both the protagonist and the antagonist of this story. So something like The Last Jedi, every single female character is perfect and flawless and virtuous and good at everything, and they are better than the guys at everything. Not so here. And that's the difference, is the implementation of these same ideas of taking risks and doing different things narratively. And I never said that the risks that this game takes all pay off. They certainly don't. But at least it had the balls to try different things. So I gave it a little bit of credit for doing that, at least. I'd rather a game tried and failed to do things, adventurous or take a chance on stuff, rather than just deliver a totally mediocre experience that didn't do anything new.
But when you deliver non-stop misery,
yes,
then you become immune to it, so it doesn't have any impact. So when your characters are getting killed off, you don't care. There's no impact, because it's happening every scene. Every scene something bad is going to happen to someone. And so it's just, oh, it's this person's time now. Oh, it's that person's time now. And there were so many parts of the game which just felt so unnecessary. Like, did we really need to have that huge cutscene where Owen finds the aquarium? For fuck's sake. Did we need to have to go from the fucking the aquarium to the hospital on fucking foot to get the surgical equipment to cut Yara's arm off before it goes gangrenous? And it's just like, oh my god, these are things which just did not need to be in the game. And you'd stream, an hour of it, 2 hours off it.
Yes, and it goes back to the point I made earlier, where it's like, okay, we need to go to the hospital to get this, medical equipment. Okay, so a sensible game would skip you straight to the hospital, and it's like, okay, now you're going to do this mission in here, but it's like in this game, you have to physically walk all the fucking way from where you are over to where the hospital is, and it takes forever. That's where you got to go across the cranes, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And it's
You're up in the
just
sky,
like
and then you
all
gotta
of
go
those sections are.
got to go through the whole hotel, and and it's so painful because, as we said earlier, there's nothing interesting to explore or collect. There's nothing really amazing. Like right at the end of the game, they give you a goddamn MP5 to play with. And it's just like, holy shit, why couldn't I have the fucking MP5 at the beginning of the game? You know, I've got this
You got that
silent
weak ass
MP5.
rifle where it's like one shot.
I can mow people
I enjoyed
down.
the. I love the little aliens reference where you get a flamethrower and the infected start coming out of the walls.
Yeah.
They're coming out of the goddamn walls.
And then I kept that back.
I just noticed as well.
Sorry, go on.
Oh, did you? Oh no, I was just going to say.
I used
apparently,
it, and then
internet
I kept it
historians
back
in the
and
chat
never
as well.
used it again. Sorry, dude. We went over each other.
Yeah, no, I was just saying that internet historians in the chat, so he's popped in to say hello. So hello, sir.
Hello.
But yeah, no, I pretty much used up all the flamethrower fuel whenever I had it, because I sort of guessed that it was just for that section, and I was a bit low on other stuff at that point, so I just kind of relied on it. And it was quite satisfying to just torch all these things that normally cause you such problems. So that was good, at least.
Yeah, I kept holding back shotgun ammo and then barely ever using the shotgun. And it's just like, oh, fuck it, whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, it kind of gave you.
I
was going to say, it gave you a variety of choices, but it never really made the choices massively interesting. It was just like, okay, I've got a lot of shotgun ammo. I'm going to keep the shotgun for the boss fights or the mini boss fights or whatever you wanted to call them. And then other than that, it's putting silencers onto the pistol and trying to go for headshots and stealth takedowns. And it's just like, I just felt I spent half the game just stealthing around, which probably took up 3, 4, 5 hours of just stealthing.
Yeah. Well, it's like I kind of mentioned to you actually when you'd gotten to the final section when you were in Santa Barbara, and I don't know if you tried this or if you noticed it, but you can just sprint through certain areas, and people, they might see you, but by the time you get to the exit of that area, like they won't have time to catch up to you, so you can just fucking get right out. It's like as quickly as you can run through the level, you can just get straight through, and off you go. And I did that a few times actually, where I just thought, I cannot be arsed like standing here and stealthing my way through for like half an hour, only to get caught anyway. I'm just going to run for it. And
it's funny,
I don't know if it's just bad.
No, it's just on the last part when I messaged you because I said, "Hey, dude, I've just arrived in Santa Barbara. How long have I got left? Because I'm trying to gauge whether or not I can finish this before the stream." And you said, "Oh, you got about 30. You got about 30 minutes left." And when I actually went to record, I was like, "Right, I've spoken to the Critical Drinker. He says I got 30 minutes from here to finish the game." And because I stealth and because I go exploring, into buildings to pick up all the fucking pick-me-up shit, I said, about an hour. So we got about an hour of the game left. I could actually judge what we were going to, what kind of time it was going to be for me, and it was pretty much spot on. Yeah. But yeah, there's just a lot of chaff. There was just, that game could have been condensed so much better, and it would have felt tighter, but when it switched over to Abby, I just don't think there was anything the game could have done to make me give a shit about her. I don't think there's anything the game could have done.
No. When you've had her kill off Joel, you're never going to get people to like her after that, and that's the impossible task that they set for themselves. And it just it feels like hubris, like Druckmann and his mates were like, we're such good writers, we can make anything, we can make any character likable no matter what they've done, and they're not, and they couldn't ultimately. No, and that's the problem they had with Abby, because her entire arc is like, she's done this one terrible thing at the beginning of the game, and then she's kind of guilty because of it. She feels guilty, so she tries to do good things to try and balance that out throughout the rest of the game. You know, she tries to help Lev. She tries to spare Ellie rather than kill her when she could. You know, all of those things. But that doesn't make people like her, because we know exactly what she's done to get to this point.
Well, she would have killed Dina if it wasn't for Lev. Because Lev was the one that was like, Abby, no. Because when Ellie says, don't kill her, she's pregnant, Abby's like, good. And because obviously Mel was pregnant. And so she's just about to slit her throat. And then Lev's the one that's like, Abby, don't. So, you know, Abby would be a completely different character without Lev there. Completely different character. And Lev kind of felt robotic, was just too robotic. Because they were like, what does the word cool mean? Well, cool is when you do something wicked, awesome, great. And he just like, oh, fuck off, Data. Discount fucking Data. Fuck out of here. Just...
like, yeah, surely, yeah, it's too goofy, you know.
And
it's the fact that they've got this weird...
Go on.
Yeah, this weird religious order that's like, they act as if they've been going for hundreds of years. It's like, you can't be more than like a couple of years old, and they've got these like deeply ingrained traditions about how like men and women should act in their society, and you know, they've got Martyr's Gate and all that stuff, and it's just like, how did all this happen so quickly? Like, how did you form this order so fast?
It was going for 20. Basically, it's been going since Outbreak. The woman, there was a piece of paper which had a brief explanation of it, and the woman was like, I think she was like a mentally ill woman, and she did some preachings on Outbreak, and people started to listen to her, and that's what created the whole order. So it's been going for about 25 years.
Okay, well, fair enough. I'll give them a little bit of leeway in that case.
But they didn't do anything to the story with Yara's pet mother was just so rushed, with Yara and Lev's mother. It was just so rushed, and because everything was so rushed, because this game was trying to cram so much in an effort to try and make you feel something for these characters that you didn't give a fuck about because you've only just introduced them to us. That we couldn't get invested in any of their stories, because you're trying to do a story for Owen and Mel, and a story for Lev and Yara, and Manny's a ladies' man, and everyone loves Manny. Everyone loves a piece of Manny's dick. And then you were trying to do the Ellie and Dina, and then the Tommy going for revenge, and Jesse's got a baby. Oh my God, bigot sandwiches. Holy shit. And it was just trying to do all these little side stories. And it's just like, fuck off. The reason why The Last of Us worked is because it was a relationship between Ellie and Joel. That was it. The game was 15 hours of Ellie and Joel, and every so often a side character would come in and make an appearance for a little bit and disappear very quickly. But it was the fundamental construction of their relationship, and this was trying to bake all the cakes and eggs all at once, and it just came out a complete fucking mess.
Yeah, it was. The result is it's kind of unfocused, and the Lev and his mum was like definitely a standout of like, oh wow, I feel like I've missed a whole bunch of like cutscenes that should have been in here to explain this stuff. But like you say, there's so much that they're trying to grapple with, and so many of the characters as a result feel superfluous. Like, you could take Dina out and nothing really would change. Like, she's kind of a pointless character. Same with Manny, really. You know, Mel, okay, she's just there to make Ellie feel sad. But like, none of these people have arcs. They're just there to get up to a certain point and then they just get killed. And the game pulls this shit all the time, where someone will be in the middle of talking, or they'll go through a door and then they get shot completely unceremoniously, just killed and taken out. And I get that that's how things can happen in real life. Like, people don't get big dramatic heroic deaths in real life, but you're playing a game, you're telling a story.
Yes.
You have to have some kind of structure to it. It has to mean something. You can't just have everyone die a pointless death all of a sudden, because then it just becomes nihilistic. You just stop caring about any of it, because
But Drinker, I'm pregnant.
Yeah, I don't care.
I'm pregnant.
Yeah.
Did you feel emotion yet? Did you? Did you feel emotion, huh? Did you? Did you feel it? Yeah.
We're going to show you this lovely, cute dog playing. You know that dog you killed? Do you feel guilty? Do you?
No, yeah.
Are you a horrible person that doesn't feel guilty? Yeah.
But that's what happens when you try and do too much at once. And every time a flashback came in with Joel, the game became infinitely better. The game was automatically infinitely better because of not just Joel, and I'm sure Troy Baker will hate me until the day that I die. And that's okay, Troy. That's fine. That you do you, sir. But he's an incredible actor. He really is an incredible actor, and he plays Joel amazingly. But what's great is that everyone who bounces off Joel is instantly elevated by it as well. So any scene with Joel in it is great, because the guy's got so much presence, and the dynamic with him and Ellie, it's a father-daughter dynamic. Ellie doesn't feel like the dominant character, and I don't think Ellie was a strong enough character in this story to be the protagonist, because suddenly you just had this miserable, mopey. She just had this look on her face like she didn't know what the fuck was going on for 90% of the time. And nobody was grabbing the game by the scruff of the neck, apart from Abby, and then smashing it. But nobody was grabbing the game by the scruff of the neck and saying, I am the person that you need to empathize with. So,
yeah. I mean, I get the real impression that was intentional. You know, he wanted to have a balanced game where neither person is, you know, good or definitively evil. They're both just kind of like morally questionable characters with flaws who make bad decisions, and they're stuck in this big cycle of, you know, revenge. And that's fine, but the result is that you don't empathize with either person, and you don't get bought into the story, because neither of them are likable people. So there's nothing to latch onto. This is a problem that you can't get around in this story.
Yeah, there's nobody to root for. There's nobody to root for, really. I mean, yes, you know Ellie, but this character doesn't play like Ellie. It doesn't sound like Ellie. It doesn't act like the Ellie that we knew. Yes, this is a 4 years older version, but the character that she seems to have grown into is a miserable twat.
Yeah.
And it tries to say, well, she's a miserable twat because Joel killed the guy and she should have died and the vaccine should have been created. But right at the end of the game, you have the last scene. I think the last words that were ever spoken between Ellie and Joel, I think that's what they were. And Joel was just like, if I was put in the same place, I'd do it all over again. I wouldn't change a thing. And so, you know, she's essentially been a miserable bitch for no reason. Well, for a reason that she'll never be able to change. So it just all felt kind of like,
and the thing is,
everyone.
Yeah. This is another thing I wanted to talk to you about, actually. Obviously, the game, it sort of tries to recontextualize Joel's decision at the end of the previous game, where, you know, he's presented with this moral choice of, we can potentially find a cure for this virus, but it's going to mean sacrificing Ellie. So are you going to do that? Or are you going to, you know, save this girl that you love now as a daughter, and give up on that cure because she means something to you? And obviously that's what he does. And it's a really like morally difficult choice, and there's no easy answer to it. But then this game tries to like redefine that as like he was really selfish to have done that, and that he took that choice away from her, and that, you know, he shouldn't have presumed to just like save her life when she wanted to give it to save humanity. And it's like, no, fuck off. Like the surgeons who were going to do this on you, who were going to kill you, they never gave you a choice. You know, they didn't tell you the situation before they like doped you up with morphine and knocked you out. You know, so like they took that choice away from you and they basically put it into Joel's hands instead. And he made the best choice he could and saved your life. Like, you should be grateful to him. You're alive because of him.
But look what happened when Joel saved her. The Fireflies hunted him down. So if Joel had said, no, I'm going to take Ellie away before she even went under the anesthetic, I'm going to take Ellie away, they would have been like, no, you're not. No, you're not. And then they would have fucking either killed Joel or they would have, just made sure he couldn't get to Ellie. But, they took the agency out of Ellie's hands themselves. And Joel did what we all wanted him to do. Everyone wanted Joel to save Ellie at the end. That's what we wanted. We were rooting him on. And Abby's dad was like a fucking flash. Blink and he was gone.
Yeah.
In the game, So it's not as if he had any meaningful impact.
Well, I love how they try to make you like him because it's like, oh look, he saved the zebra. Like that's beautiful. That means he's a good person.
Like I said, Yule Ball, mate. Yule Ball levels of fucking manipulation there. It was just obvious.
By the way, we will, just to let you guys in chat know, we will obviously get to all the super chats as we go, but it's kind of good to have just a free chat about our thoughts on the game, first of all. How did you feel real empathy for Abby when you find her being held captive and she's wasted away to like normal size at that point?
Yeah, she's like a normal woman. Well, considering...
I hate to say this. I hate to say it, but I was like, man, you kind of look better now, like than you did before.
But the thing that made me laugh is the guy says, we captured her 2 weeks ago. You don't lose all that muscle mass in 2 fucking weeks. That's ridiculous. I mean, so she's gone from Hulk to fucking anorexic in 2 weeks. No.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose if she was given basically no food for 2 weeks, you would drop quite a bit of weight. But yeah, like if she was that malnourished, she wouldn't even be able to get up and fight Ellie. She as soon as she gets cut down from that pole, she's just like, okay, so there's boats over there on the beach. How do I know that they're there? Don't know. I can just magically sense that they're there, and we need to go there. And that's the. I don't even know why Ellie cuts her down. I don't know why she doesn't just stab her or something while she's there. Like, if you really want to just kill her, there's your opportunity right there. It's like, no, I need to have like an actual fist fight with you. We need to engage in fisticuffs to make this honorable. It's like, when has this world ever been about honorable fighting?
And then she gets a switch knife out.
Yeah, it's like, I feel like you've given yourself a bit of an advantage there, Ellie. It's like challenges her to a fight and then just pulls out a gun and fucking shoots her.
Yeah, it's just like, well, Ellie, why have you got a knife? I don't what? But yeah, why cut her down to let her go? Did you decide suddenly after killing all of those rattlers that you were a different person? But she's like, when she's leaving the Rattlers base, she's like, Abby. She's like mental to fucking kill Abby. She's like frothing at the mouth, and then she gets to Abby, and it's just like, go on, love. Gan love. Gan wear, love. Go on, gan wear.
No, it'll be fine.
Yeah, it'll be fine. Yeah.
And then, you don't even get a kind of closure for Lev. He just gets put in the boat, and that's him or her or whatever. Yeah. I don't even know what Lev is now.
They called him she.
She, that's fine. Yeah, you put her in the boat, and then like she doesn't even get a piece of dialogue or anything. It's like, okay, that's just like a parcel that's been put away so that so that Abby can have her fight. And yeah, it's just it's really unsatisfying. And the fact that Dina just left Ellie without leaving a note, without leaving any kind of indication of where she'd gone or anything. It's just like, yeah, she's just gone. Great. Like, what a dramatically unsatisfying finale to a story like that.
But But, Drinker, you cynical fiend, you.
Ah,
She couldn't play the guitar because Abby feasted off her protein fingers.
yeah, they're good sources of protein, by the way.
So she picks up the guitar, and because she's had her 2 fingers bit off by Abby, she can't play the guitar that Joel had been teaching her to play. And that is truly the saddest part of The Last of Us. And by saddest, I mean, I didn't care. I didn't care.
I was quite happy, actually, because honestly, I was getting really tired of all those guitar songs. And like hearing her sing "Take on Me" like it's this classical ballad or something. I was like,
oh my god, yeah,
fuck off, no.
Fuck? I couldn't believe that. I couldn't believe that.
Of all the songs you could pick, honestly, I honestly expected her to play "If You Want to Be My Lover." I wish you'd done that. 5,
Saturday
6,
night
7, 8.
Yeah. That's some steps.
Fucking steps going.
Oh my god. Yeah, it was just like, why? I mean, I love Aha. Don't get me wrong, I really love Aha, but it's like,
oh yeah.
Where did you get Take on Me from to do what? These edgy teens, and they're just playing Take on Me. Whatever. It was a biz. I don't think it's even filtered in what I played, but it didn't feel like The Last of Us, and it certainly didn't feel like the sequel to the first game. It just felt like a mess, an absolute mess, and a boring one for most of it.
It's it's like I'm trying to think of something to equate it to. It's like when like a 14-year-old takes up writing for the first time and they're trying to deal with like really deep dramatic issues and stuff, but they don't really have the life experience or the kind of vocabulary or the skill to express it all. And what you get is like something that's really heavy-handed and earnest but like incompetent, and it kind of feels like that's what they've done here. Like it's totally unbalanced. It's totally grim. It doesn't have any levity. It doesn't have anything to balance out this horrible, like, dark stuff that goes on all throughout it. And it's just, it's kind of unsatisfying as a story.
You could have done something far more clever, I think, with Ellie's sexuality, because Ellie's gay. Fine, there's no problem with that.
Is she though?
And rumor has it.
Yeah, there was subtle hints in the game, but I never quite got it.
And what they could have done though is they could have had her and Joel could have been saying, Joel finds out that she's gay, and then you could have had this kind of conversation during the game about you're immune. You could have children and pass on the immunity to others, and we could start having more immune people in the world. Except, just something along those kind of lines that would sort of plant the seed that even though she wasn't going to get killed, and then you could have had the whole "but it goes against my nature," type of debate. And he could have maybe done something a little bit more thoughtful, as opposed to I'm pregnant with Asian man child. I've just dancing with black man on floor, and now I'm going to slog lesbian character.
Yeah, Dina is just all over everything. Like she can't get enough.
She's a whore. Dina is a whore. Just an out and out slut. That's slut shaming Dina. She wants it all. She wants every bit.
You need to have yourself a bigot sandwich for that kind of talk, honestly.
But that whole thing at the start, it was just like, oh my god, okay, this guy has gone off on her at some point about her being gay, and then when you actually have the barn scene at the end, because that's right at the end of the game, that barn scene, and he what's he call her? He calls her a dyke, doesn't he?
Yeah, yeah,
He calls her a dyke in it, and then that's when Joel steps in, and that's it. It's just like done, over, and it's just like all that for this tiny bit. And it wasn't even Ellie wasn't even pissed with him, really. She was more pissed with Joel for stepping in and playing surrogate father.
How dare you try to help me, Joel?
How dare you step up for me? How dare you stand up for me?
But then the guy even apologizes, like, you know, the next day, and he gives her a sandwich, and like she's having none of it. Yeah, exactly. And she's like, "Fuck off, you dick!" Like, and that's it. Like,
because there's no forgiveness.
Yeah, exactly. And isn't that a brilliant metaphor for these kinds of people? Like, don't apologize.
No forgiveness. Yeah,
you'll never. Yeah, it'll never ever be enough. So just don't.
Yeah. The guy made you a steak sandwich as well. He said it was a steak sandwich, so he wanted Ellie to have her protein.
Yeah,
maybe that was meta. That's another slide.
And honestly, like, if Ellie had kept a hold of that steak sandwich and given it to Abby at the finale, she wouldn't have had to bite off her fingers, and she would have been happy. She would have taken her sandwich and off she went. You know,
I've had this sandwich for how many 8 months now. Here, it's yours.
It's got like mushrooms growing out of it.
It's got a green. It's dripping.
Eat the fucking sandwich.
Eat my fucking bacon sandwich, bitch. Eat my bacon sandwich. Oh, but even when she eats her fingers, it's like her fingers are made out of fucking Haribos or something.
I know. I mean, I've never been in that situation, so I can't verify it. But like, you know, biting through a person's fingers, that's got to take some fucking strength there. Like bone. And two of them as well. Like,
I wouldn't let Abby anywhere near my dick.
No.
Because the term "don't use your teeth" would really come into effect then.
Well, I mean, I think there's a pretty valid reason why Owen turned her away and like took, went in from behind. It's like
yeah.
Not going from the front,
we're doing
man.
It from this way, darling. All right. But don't you want to? No. It's good. It's good.
Just don't look at me.
Yeah. Just put your man pecs away from me, for fuck's sake. I'm getting jealous. I want to get mine that fucking ripped, man.
I know, shit, man. She's got good definition. Really does.
Yeah. Fuck. I'm gonna have to get the personal trainer to really step things up when we go back to the fucking gym. Come on,
you know, one of the debates that I've heard quite a bit, and especially on Twitter, is when people were talking about just jumping back a little bit to the previous game. You know how Joel, gives up the chance of a cure in order to save Ellie, which is fine. A lot of people are arguing like, oh well, there's no guarantee that they would have found a cure because this is like a specific variety of fungal infection virus, and like a particular viral vaccine wouldn't be effective in this case. I'm like, why do you care? Like, why are you bringing that stuff up? Like, isn't it? This is, maybe I'm just wrong on this one, but when I take something like that, a situation that's presented to me by the game, where you've got like some kind of crazy medical professional who's like, look, yep, we can definitely synthesize some kind of vaccine or cure out of this, and that'll be fine. Okay, I accept that. For the purposes of the story and everything that comes after that, I accept that whatever cure you develop would probably be effective, and it would allow you to prevent people from getting turned if they got bitten or whatever it might be. And I don't care like how difficult the logistics of it would be, or whether it's medically possible or anything like that. Surely it's just a thing which is presented to you in the game, and you kind of have to just take it at face value. Otherwise, you can't really buy into anything that happens throughout this story, because then you're just going to question everything. I don't know if I'm just mental in that score, but like that's the way I view it.
I know what you mean. But they kind of address that, don't they, in the second one? Because they God, it doesn't make me empathize, it just makes me laugh. Where they said that Abby's father was the only guy who knew the procedure as well. And so when he died, everything died with him. Nobody could replicate it. Nobody knew what the fuck he was going on about.
If only he could have written it down on a piece of paper.
Yeah. It's just like you have a hospital, you have notes and research and dictaphones and all this kind of shit. But I'm taking it to the grave with me, fuckers. If I die, it all dies.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
I've heard all kinds of
stupid.
theories about this. Like, like if say they had got the cure, then the Fireflies would have become the dominant faction, and they would have held everyone else to ransom or whatever. It's like, but who cares? They've got a cure. Like, it would eventually disseminate to everyone, like, and allow humanity to survive. Like, it's just a thing to set up a stake in order to give you a moral decision to make. Although you obviously you don't make the decision; it's just the part of the story. But yeah, I never, it was one of those things that never troubled me at all. It's just like, yep, this is just a story element that I can accept. Like, I'm not a fucking microbiologist, so I don't care about the ins and outs of it. So yeah, just a weird thing that's like jumped out quite a bit recently. But
yeah, that just, again, there was just those sort of moments made the game like just like a parody to me. It just almost became satirical in these parts, because that is just like such a trope. Oh my god, that surgeon, he was the only that brain surgeon got brain illness and he's the only person who could have saved himself. Oh my god, the irony. It's just one of those moments.
Yeah, it's straight out of like a superhero origin story, isn't it? Like the surgeon who developed this amazing miracle drug. He got blown up in an accident, and like the thing died with him. So you're the only example of this that we can ever make. Okay, yeah, completely like made up.
Yeah.
But what I was going to say is we do have some super chats here. I don't know if you feel inclined to go through them with me.
I always stick around for the super chat. You gotta respect the super chats, yo.
Yeah, all right, cool. Well, let's dive right in and see what we can address here. Charles Caballero says this will be legendary. Well, you're wrong about that. It wasn't legendary. It was just us ranting for like an hour. For a future live cast, how about a chat of Cobra Kai Series 3 with Nerdrotic's Gary? I pray they make Hawk a legend again. Yeah, do you watch Cobra Kai at all? Are you familiar with it?
I've not seen it. I've heard good things. Is it something I need to get into?
I would recommend it. Yeah, I mean, yeah, if you remember the Karate Kid movies from back in the 80s, like this is a continuation of that, and it's about the rivalry again between Daniel LaRusso and Johnny, except Johnny's now the hero and Daniel's sort of an asshole.
That's interesting. Yeah, I like that. I heard that. That sounds quite interesting.
Johnny is just an absolute legend because it's like he got kind of teleported straight out of the 80s and into the present day. So, he's completely politically incorrect and he's just awesome.
Jens Jurgensen says, as is not old enough to remember, sadly, I am way too old to remember. That's just the problem.
Yeah. But yeah, Series 2, it's gone a little bit... There's like a younger crop of characters and they've started to focus a bit too much on them, and it feels a bit like a shitty teen drama at times. But hopefully they pull it back for season 3. So when it comes out, if you do get a chance to watch it, then you can by all means come on and we'll see what we can do.
All right, love to.
Another one from Charles Caballero. It's safe to say one of the positives of Cobra Kai Series 2 is that John Kreese stayed masculine. Even when he showed emotion in the shelter, it was manly. So John Kreese was the absolute villain of the movie. He's the sensei of Cobra Kai Dojo. And he comes back and he's like, I think he tries to pretend that he's been in like a mercenary fighting in Afghanistan and stuff like that, and then you find out like he's just a bit of a burnout living in like a homeless shelter. And he gets moments of he gets a couple of moments of like emotion, but then he's still kind of a bad guy beneath that as well. So there's like loads of layers to him. But yeah, the guy who plays him, I can't remember his name for the life of me, but he's a fucking legend. And he must be 70 odd years old, but he still looks awesome. Like he's barely changed.
Oh, I know exactly who you're going on about as well,
I think his name's Martin something, but fuck.
I'm gonna troll through the IMDb. So we got Johnny Lawrence. No, it's not Johnny Lawrence.
Be John Kreese.
You go through Sue. I'll find him, and then you go through Sucha, and I'll find a guy. Oh, Martin Cove.
Martin Cove, that's it. I couldn't remember his
Yeah.
surname. Yeah, like
he was legendary in the 80s.
Yeah, he was your dependable villain, and yeah, like he's not aged that much. It's weird.
I'm trying to find. Here we go. Here's a picture of him in Cobra Kai. Holy shit! He looks all right. Fucking hell.
He's still got it, man. He's still got it. There's something about that movie, right? Like, Daniel LaRusso has barely fucking changed. Like, Ralph Macchio, sorry, he doesn't get any older. There's just something about that dude. And, even Johnny still looks pretty good. Like, he doesn't look his age.
He's
so, yeah,
74 now, Martin Cove.
Man.
Jeez, I wish I looked like that if I even make it to 74.
I know, he looks better than I do now.
Yeah. It's like, fuck. And he's ripped still.
Yeah. That's it. That's the power of the 1980s when it's infused into you. You can just keep going forever, man. Hell
yeah. Fucking and he's got a chest like a fucking dog's backside.
That's another sign of 80s.
Yeah. Hey, woman, look at my big hairy chest.
Yeah, see, that's the one thing Abby can't have. No,
she shaves her.
I'd love to see fucking Martin Cove in The Last of Us. He would clear up, man. He's basically Fat Geralt.
Yeah, but thin, but nice and ripped. Yeah, just give him a nice give him one of those guns from Commando where he lands on the beach and he's just holding the feeding the bullets through. Just give him one of those and let him go for it. Yeah, he'd mowed down infected like he's going out of fashion. That's another thing, by the way. Quickly go back to last week. The infected they were just there. They served no purpose just to be there as an obstacle. And that was it.
Yeah, that was actually something we never really covered when we were talking about the game and all that, was the actual gameplay, because, the story just fucking takes up 90% of it. How did you find the infected? Because for me, it was just, you memorize their patrol routes and then you just stealth kill them and make your way through. And that was pretty much it. I'd never once felt like unnerved by them, or tense or anything like that, because, they're just obstacles now.
Yeah, the only time I might have been got is when they did a jump scare. And I was like, oh, okay, jump scare. But other than that, it's just like, no, I had no fear. I just, you just go into super duper vision and look at like you said, look at their patrol path. And then they give you plenty of opportunity to get up behind and kill them. And then once you get the shivs with Abby, even the clickers are just like, get off, grab me, I'll just shiv you in the fucking face, bitch.
Yeah. So, they were no problem then. But they don't generate the kind of tension and fear that they did in the first game. Because I remember playing that and like genuinely being a bit edgy at times, because you go into a room and you can tell that there's like 3 or 4 of them when you look through the wall, and it's like, fuck, how am I gonna get through this? Now it's just like, man, I'm sure I can get through. And if I mess up, like, I'll just skip back like 30 seconds to the next checkpoint and try again.
Yeah, the checkpoints were very forgiving.
Yeah,
very forgiving. Yeah,
which again,
there was no real tension,
and it makes me feel like they were all about the story with this game. They're like, we don't want you to get hung up too long on the gameplay because we want to get you to that next big indulgent cutscene where you're going to see outstanding acting. That's kind of all it was. So another one from Trek Dog here. Summary for The Last of Us 2. Neil Druckmann, did you get strikes for your video? Will you do another Star Trek stream with Nerdrotic? That was great. No, I didn't get any strikes from my video. I'm waiting for that to come through, but I think
they won't be giving any. They won't be.
Yeah, I think now the game's out and they've sold like however many millions of copies. They're not going to give too much of a shit now if someone like me criticizes it. So I should be okay. Will I do another Trek stream with Nerdrotic? Yes, we are going to cover Star Trek 6, The Undiscovered Country, because we both agreed that was a fucking awesome movie and we'd love to talk about it. So yeah, we're going to cover that.
Film. 'Tis good.
Yeah,
'Tis good.
we did the Wrath of Khan not long ago, and it was so fun to just talk about a movie that we both loved. You know, it's like,
yeah.
Remember when movies had characters that did things, and they went on a journey, and it made sense, and everyone was running about screaming.
I had Robert Mayer Burnett on my channel on Tuesday, and we just chatted for basically 3 hours, nerding out. It was just a real joy, and we just talked about all the things that we loved and nerd culture and embracing it. Oh God, yeah, those good days when you just talk about something you're really impassioned about, and the crowd, the audience seemed to really get into it as well. So yeah, God, those days are coming too few and far between nowadays.
I know, we're having to go further and further back in time to find stuff that we like. God, I know, what a fucking awesome world we live in.
Yeah. God, anyone?
Yeah. Oh man, we've had some talks about that, honestly. Christian Potter, hail digital drinker. Thoughts on Cyberpunk? Do you think it's too hyped? Yes, I absolutely think it's too hyped. I don't see how it can possibly live up to it. I'm sure it'll be good. I don't think it's going to be the like world changing experience that we're hoping it's going to be. And they've making so much of the fucking like character customization thing, where you can give them like male genitals or female genitals or no genitals or both genitals, and it's like, fuck off. I don't care about that stuff.
Good though. What they're doing is they're making sure that the fucking woke brigade can't fucking have a go at them.
But they will. They'll always find a way.
But
this is like Jurassic Park. Life finds a way. Well, social justice finds a way, man.
But they've given them the best kind of customization that you can ever have, in terms of, you can have 2 dicks, 1 vag dick. You could do all these absurd things with your genitalia in that game. And so, yeah, come at us.
Yeah, we've given you every possible like permutation of humanity right here. Like, go to town.
Like Thanos, I don't even know who you are.
Yeah. Neither do I.
Yeah.
Oh God. Anyway,
I think it's gonna be good. CD Projekt Red. They've not let us down yet. I'm gonna have faith in us. I'm gonna have faith in them.
Yeah. Like Witcher 3, absolutely incredible game.
Yes.
Loved it.
My favorite ever game.
Sir Hi Guy. Hi, I'm a guy. Nice. So am I. We've got something in common.
I'm a Scottish guy too.
Yeah, there we go. See, we're all united by this. Abby's a guy too. Oh no, wait, she's not.
Maybe. I don't know.
That's all open to interpretation.
She did flip around very quickly.
Yeah. Scottish nerd gave me a unicorn. Thank you, man. Salsa Shark. I'm shipping Azzy Smash. Nikki D. Evening, gents. What are your thoughts on the overall dialogue in the game? To me, it felt at times infantile, awkward, and lacking emotional depth. Yeah, it had. I would describe it as mostly flat with occasionally good moments. I kind of called this out in my review, but I loved the moment between Owen and Abby before the horrifying sex scene, where he's talking about like a soldier that he refused to kill, and he's talking about how the guy was old and he was tired and he was just ready to give up. And it was such a good insight into his mindset and just the kind of world that they're in, where it's like people are just done with constant fighting and struggle and everything. And as depressing as it is, it's like, wow, it's a great little monologue. I really like that. And I like the bit where Ellie comes back from torturing that woman to get information from her, and she's clearly disturbed. She's clearly like in shock and stuff. And she takes like her shirt off so that Dina can clean her up, and she's all covered in bruises and cuts and everything. And I'm like, oh, okay, I can get this. It's almost making me feel something for her, that she's putting herself through so much and pushing her body to its limits and pushing her like her kind of emotional resilience to its limits to do this. Yeah, I like that. Those were good scenes for me.
For me, the only one which really stood out Well, the ones with Joel were good because you could actually feel them. But one without him, well, kind of with him, but sort of without him, was when Ellie had her PTSD in the barn, and she
Yes.
went to get the lamb, and then it turned into like an episode where she saw Joel, and she heard Joel crying out, and she couldn't get there, and then it pulls back, and she's screaming. And the baby's crying because she's screaming, and I thought, oh, I'm glad that they put this in because she must have so much PTSD, Ellie.
Yes.
So it was actually nice to see a repercussion of that, an actual, because people are killing all kinds of stuff, infected, horrible, life, death, and then you've got, I'm immune, I'm pregnant. Jesse's here to get shot in the face so we don't have to die. Hurrah! Some of it was just terrible, like fucking terrible. So yeah, it was, but flat is a great way to describe it because I was watching it not thinking anything, not thinking, oh God, this is like horrific, but absolutely not getting anything from it whatsoever.
Did you, I always got the impression with Dina, right, and this is something that never had any payoff, was like, they're swapping stories about like, oh, what's the most infected you've ever taken on, and Ellie was like, I don't know, about 10 or something, like, and Dina straight away is like 20, and it's like, when was the first human that you killed? And again, Ellie's like, well, I had to shoot this guy with a bow when he was about to kill Joe, and it was really like hard and traumatic and stuff. And then fucking Dina's like, oh yeah, I did it when I was fucking 2 years old, and I knifed the guy in the fucking face. He was trying to kill my mom, and I totally took him out. I'm like, this all sounds like bullshit. It sounds like the kind of thing you would say to try and big yourself up. And actually, I kept waiting for like a scene where you'd find out like, oh yeah, she was actually making it all up, and she's not actually done much in her life, and she's kind of terrified of everything. She's a wannabe badass, but she isn't one. And it never came. And I was
to Seattle with her.
But then it never came, and I was just like, oh right, like you kind of expect me to believe all this stuff about her. Then it didn't seem plausible. She didn't seem like the kind of person who's done stuff like that and was capable of that, because again, all that stuff would make a real mark on you. It would turn you into a very different person. And she just came across as like, chilled and upbeat and making jokes and just like, no, that's not the kind of person who could do stuff like that.
No, I see Dina as that kind of person, that kind of girl that you bang, and then as soon as you bang her, she thinks you're fucking married. And you know the one I'm talking about.
Yeah, I've been there, man.
She suddenly thinks you're married. She wants to keep you in check. She wants to put the leash on you. She wants you to go down to the shops and buy her that, and then she wants you to do this, and she wants you to do the chores. She just came across as like such a prick. And she just sucked all the life out of every scene that she was in for the most part, particularly when she revealed her pregnancy. And like when Tommy came over, and he's had his eyes shot out by Abby. He's limping because he got a arrow in the knee from fucking Lev.
Yeah.
And Eddie's just like, I can't go. I've got a family now. I can't do it.
I don't want it. She's my queen.
Yeah. My wife will kill me if I do. It's like that. It's just like the wife's she's got to fucking shout my ear off if I go. And then Tommy's just like, oh, all right, okay. All right, so when you said, whatever it takes, you're in it. Okay, all right, fine, whatever. I'll go, even though I can't, but I'll go. And then he like storms off, and fucking Dina just goes after him, going, what the fuck was that, Tommy? And oh, fucking hell, wife's after him again. Fucking wife's after him. Oh, God. She just became so unlikable. Oh.
Yeah. I never
wanted somebody to like. I just wanted a character to fucking like.
Well, you know what you do, like, and it's so easy when you're doing this stuff, is just like get two characters together who are really different in terms of personalities, and you give them like something to spark off with each other. because there's a bit of conflict there. Maybe they disagree on how they should approach things.
Like
They
Ellie
argue.
and Ellie and Abby, for instance.
Exactly, yeah. Imagine like a kind of game where you've got to play with the two of them, and like Abby can be the tank sort of powerhouse one, and Ellie's the one who can, like, approach things more stealthily, or she can fit through narrower gaps or something that Abby can't. Whatever you want to do gameplay wise, you can mess with them a little bit and have them play off each other in interesting ways. But I always felt like Dina and Ellie were kind of similar in terms of personality, so they're both just like flat, miserable, boring people, and so there's no different levels there that you can move between with the two of them, and so their scenes just come across as flat as well.
But if Abby and Ellie were fighting, and then the fight like took them into a nest of infected, and then they have to team up, there has to be this tenuous alliance through the period of time.
Yes.
To and then there could have been dialogue, then obscenity screamed, stuff that was said. There could have been something while they were fighting off the infected to almost not necessarily bond the two, but to try and find the commonality between them that the story was so on the nose with doing, because the flashbacks of Abby were mirroring the flashbacks of Ellie.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just like, oh Christ, he's done a George Lucas. It's like poetry, they rhyme. And I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, for fuck's sake. So if you had them in a situation where they were forced, literally, because if they start fighting each other, they're both going to get torn apart.
Mm.
And the plan, the plan with both of them is both of them don't want to die. They don't want to die. They'll put themselves into horrific situations to either try and save others or to get revenge or whatever it is, but they're not looking to die. There's no like suicidal agenda with either of them.
No.
So if you put them in that situation, and you could have had some interesting dialogue. You could have had some genuinely interesting moments, which probably culminated with one of them being out of ammo and one of them having ammo. And then you sort of like, do they shoot them or do they let them go? And then you could have used that as a spurring on moment. You could have said, "This is the point where I let you go, but I'm coming for you." Or, "Look, if I let you go now, will you leave? Will you call it quits and have a say like never? I'm I'm always gonna come for you." So it's almost like she's got to shoot her.
Exactly.
And then and then she doesn't shoot her, or she does shoot her, or miss it, or something that would get them like either to each other's throats or get them to a position where there is an emotion that we can sort of really be on the edge of our seat with, as opposed to he's dead, Jesse's dead, Manny's dead, Mel's dead, Tommy's shot, and it's just so generic. Yeah. In his effort to try and snuff people out so quickly, he's actually made it the norm. He's actually made it the norm. Oh, Manny got shot in the face. Well, that's Jesse got shot in the face. Yeah,
you can do that. You can do that once, and it's shocking and surprising and great. Yeah. It's effective. But then you do it 3 or 4 times, and it just becomes, like you say, it becomes the norm. And so you don't get attached to any character because they can just be killed at any moment.
Like the Jesse one could have had a lot of impact if Jesse was the one that went to Seattle with Ellie and not Dina.
Yeah.
And so they're the ones that actually bond together. And then literally he smashes through a door. She smashes through the other door. Bang. His door's the one that that Abby shoots, and he gets his fucking brains blown out. That would have been an impactful death. But Jesse literally turned up to be cannon fodder 10 minutes earlier.
Yeah. And he was actually kind of a cool character. I liked him. He was calm and collected, and he kind of he called Ellie out on her bullshit at times. He didn't take any nonsense from her. I liked him, and I thought, okay, well, they can do interesting things with him. And then, yeah, like you say, he's just snuffed out because he was starting to interfere too much in the plot, and then it's back to miserable Ellie.
And he went to get Tommy. She refused to help Tommy.
Yeah,
he went and saved Tommy. So when Ellie goes to the aquarium and kills Mel and Owen, he comes in and he's with Tommy. Because so he obviously, when she said, we'll never get to Tommy, he'll be gone. No, he got there and he either helped him, but they definitely met up.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
Ellie made a terrible decision.
Yeah, that was just Ellie being an asshole. And it's like, well, this mission would take me away from killing Gigantor, so fuck it, I'm not doing that. And I'll just make up an excuse. Yeah, we can't get there in time. I'm sure he's dead already. Whatever.
Yeah.
And that's it. Just
the last asshole of us.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, I'm just looking at some of the chat here. It's like I used to be a lesbian until I took an arrow to the knee. Someone else said, I want a Fat Geralt / Shimmer road movie. Sorry, road trip buddy movie. That would be amazing.
Fat Geralt needs to be explored. He was a great character.
Yeah, I liked him.
Yeah.
God, he's got good style. He really does.
He's got a good right hook, I should say. Boom.
Yeah, brutal. Shane O'Reilly gave me a unicorn. Thanks, man. James Aldigis, liking your audiobook so far. I wish I had more driving time to listen to it more. Good. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm not sure which one you're listening to because most of them are out on audiobook now, but glad to know you're enjoying it. Frank the Tank. I was thinking what a worthless character Ellie is now. She didn't care enough to stay with Dina and the kid, and she didn't care enough about Joel to finish the job after the mountain of dead bodies. Yes, absolutely. After everything she went through to get to that point, she's got Abby underwater. She's almost killed her, and then she's just like, oh yeah, I forgave Joel, so I can totally forgive her. You know, what's to say that Abby's not going to come after you now? Considering what you've done to her friends, like, yeah, she might leave with Lev for now, but then she's gonna get swole as fuck again, and then she's gonna come after you and break you in half.
Well,
I don't know that won't happen.
You know the setup for the third game, don't you?
Ellie and Abby have to team up. I don't know.
Well, the setup is the Fireflies have all regrouped and they're all together now. And,
oh yeah, I forgot about that.
And Abby's going to she'll probably go off to the group of Fireflies.
Yeah.
So Fireflies, I don't know.
I was honestly
going to wipe out Jackson.
Yeah, fuck's sake. It's going to like doom the entire human race, isn't it? Because she's such a dumbass. Yeah, and you know this idea of her like having moved on in life, and it's like a year down the line, and she still can't leave Abby alone, and she finally gets a lead on her, and she leaves behind Dina and a baby to fend for themselves, so she can go off and indulge in this revenge trip. And the irony is that if she just left Abby alone, Abby would have died there on the beach. She would have just died on that post thing that she was strapped to.
And she'd be able to play her guitar.
Exactly. She could just sit there strumming her guitar all day long. But
I bet she does. I bet Dina does.
God, what a story. God. LT Netjack says it would have worked better as an original IP and a non-combat game. Hard to take the violence bad message after killing all those mooks. Bringing back Joel was a huge mistake for the narrative. Yes. They I guess they wanted the name recognition of Last of Us, and they wanted that grim world to set it in.
Shouldn't have had any Ellie and Joel in. You shouldn't have had them in.
Yeah.
It shouldn't have. Or if it was, it should have had them again. Joel was done dirty.
Yeah, he really was.
We're not opposed to Joel being killed. It's just the manner in which he was killed. I think after his decision at the end of the first game, we kind of thought karma's going to come for him one day. But after the first game, I was always under the impression that Ellie knew anyway. Ellie knew.
I said that. I said that in my review. It's like it was really heavily implied that, like, okay, she can tell that he's lying, but she's just going to go along with it because she cares about him and she knows how important this is to him. And so it's one of those things where like it's a morally ambiguous ending where he's lying to her, she knows that he's lying, and she kind of accepts it because they need to do that in order to move on in their lives. And that is fine. That's the whole point of the game. And I was fine with that. But now it's like, yeah, she's implied to like not really know, and then she tracks down the truth, and then she's horrified at what he did. It's like, oh, fuck off. No, you're just rewriting the first game to try and suit this narrative.
Yeah. This Last of Us Part 2 is not canon.
Yeah, yeah. Need to get some t-shirts made of that.
Yeah.
Crazy Loon says, personal take, 2 out of 10. Graphics were nice enough for a 4 out of 10, but the story was just so horrible. There are better games with just as good graphics. I mean, there definitely are. Like, Red Dead 2 had a much bigger world to explore, and the graphics were just as good, in my opinion. And the story was way better. I would probably give the graphics like 8 out of 10 in this, because the up close shots of the characters were excellent, and the motion capture was good. Story, I would probably give like 3 or 4 out of 10.
I think overall, the game's 5 out of 10. It's exceeding the average. Graphically, I thought it looked beautiful. Gameplay was good, fine, for the most part. The story was absolutely dreadful. The characters were insufferable. And considering that's the major aspect of the game, there's unfortunately way too many moments of the game where you're just like, fuck off, just come on, do something, shift up, God, I'm so fucking bored, I've seen that so much throughout the game. And then you'd be having this like attempt at an impactful cutscene, and you'd be like, have I got to try and excuse 5 hours of fucking boredom because Owen got fed up of shooting people? It's like, fuck off, Yeah. It's like the payoffs weren't there. It was so dumb. The manipulations were so fucking infantile and basic and obvious that you weren't manipulated by it, because you could see exactly what he's attempting to do, and it didn't work. It just didn't work. When your characters are insufferable, even when you see them from the other perspective, where they try to smile and be nice, you got Manny spitting on Joel's corpse, and then when you see him from Abby's perspective, he's like, "Hola, senora, me to go fuck some broads, yo. Is what I do. Everybody like me." And it's just like, fuck off. That's it's just like.
Do you not love that? Do you love that scene where you're passing through the ruined city and you stumble upon his like CD sex den? It's just like, did you get that bit where there's a letter from one of his like girlfriends or something, and he interrupts and he tears it away from you while you're in the middle of reading it?
Oh no, I didn't. I must have missed that.
Oh, did you not get that? Yeah, there's like this it's like a room with like red curtains and stuff. So there's like this like seedy kind of glow to the place, and there's a letter sitting on the sideboard. You go read it, and it's like, I want to listen to you whispering, Spanish in my ear as I'm kissing your neck. And then he just comes in. He's like, nope, that's not for you. And Abby's just like, another one of your sex dens, is it? Like,
oh, Manny, you're so funny. Oh no, you've had your head blown off by Tommy. Cool.
Yeah, but it's in the ruins. Like this place is in like an unsecured area of the city. Like as if you would even think about fucking in a place like that, where a clicker could just come right in, like right behind you and kill you.
Well,
that's amazing.
But Manny's he's so funny, and the ladies love him.
He's got a man bun, so that's what does it. It's so 2012.
Cuckman's self-insert. He's just a womanizing, and everyone loves him.
Oh, I can tell he's a Chad. You can tell by looking at him.
Yeah, his wife's boyfriend tells him that.
Yeah, exactly. Louis the Plank says, "Love you guys. Couldn't think of a better way to kick off my 4th of July weekend. Thanks for your awesome content, both of you. Thank you very much. I'm glad you enjoy it. And I hope you have an awesome 4th of July.
Don't take over any parts of Seattle again, though. Leave them alone.
Yeah, it's funny that like Seattle's portrayed as a derelict hellhole in this game, and it's like, well, it's not too far from the truth at the moment.
Well, yeah, I think the first thing I said with Seattle when I got there was, it looks exactly the same as today.
This is what happens when the Chaz gets out of control. Although I think it's been demolished now, hasn't it? It's all gone.
Oh yeah, they've cleaned it up real quick. They've had the hyper sprays out, blasting those graffiti off. They're cleaning that up ASAP. Yeah,
I love the fact that it's like taxpayers, like working class people who actually have to pay to wash all this shit up, clean up their mess. But yeah, it's great. The Utopia.
Sorry, I was going to say all it took was to threaten the mayor's property, and she was just like, "Fuck these twats!" Right?
Yeah,
get it shut down.
Yeah. So funny. Such a joke. Brian Lewandowski. I recommend Bloodstained, a worthy successor to Castlevania Symphony of the Night. Wash the taste of Last of Us 2 out. Yeah, I could do with something like that, to be honest with you. I went back to Modern Warfare just so I can indiscriminately kill people, and it was great. And didn't feel guilty about it.
Last of Us Part 2.
Well, I say, yeah, but the game doesn't try to make me feel guilty about this. It's just like, well done, sir. Here's have some bonus points.
Yeah. There's a part, it's a part in the game where one of the characters says, we've killed so many of their troops. To not kill Abby would be like a disservice.
Yeah, it's like all those people died for nothing.
Yeah, we've killed a lot of people. A lot of people.
So many dogs had to die.
Oh, every time a dog came to me, I fucked it up immediately.
Yeah, because it's like, well, it's gonna find you. Like they always find your trail and they always track you down no matter what you do. So it's like, fuck it, you just have to kill it immediately. Yeah, and then just deal with the owners after that. But like, you're not going to make me feel guilty about this because you've set the game up in such a way that I can't get by this without killing it.
If you kill the owner first, the dog's kind of like, what? What are you going on? And then it gives you a chance just to kill the dog. Yeah. So I was always headshotting the owners first.
Okay.
With a Coke can, with a Coke bottle.
Yeah, well, that's the one and only time the fucking bow is actually useful, where you can kill a dog with it. Because otherwise, it's like
one shot, one kill. Those bows.
Yeah, because it takes about 5 minutes to wind the thing up till you're able to fire. So it's like having some 19th century musket where it takes like a minute to load the thing. You're just drawing it back, and then the person sees you and shoots you, and you get knocked on the ground, and you fire your arrow off into nowhere.
Did you as Abby? Did you get all the targets when you were in the aquarium?
I got enough to beat Owen, but then I couldn't find any more. I think I got like 11 or something, but then I just couldn't see any more to shoot at.
Oh, 11 was the that was the one. You get a trophy if you get if you get all 11.
Oh, okay.
Hi.
Oh, hello. Nice to see you there.
Somebody said, why you ain't got cameras on? So I just thought I'd do that.
All right. What's the next one here? Why the hell? Sorry, Spectre Von Baron. Why the hell is Jesse still with Abby? Wait, what? Why was Jesse still with Abby?
Jesse?
You mean Owen?
Owen?
You mean Owen? I assume. He wasn't really. I mean, he was still with Mel, but he just had a bit of a quick in and out with Abby because they always cared for each other or something. I guess the point of her character was meant to be like, he tried to make some advances on her and wanted to start a relationship, but then she finds out where Joel is, so she can't get involved with him, and that eventually pushes him into the arms of Mel, who gets pregnant. And I'm just going to say it as well, Mel's got a fucking horrible face. I don't know what they modeled her on, but she looks really like bug-eyed and unpleasant.
Bug-eyed? Massive fucking mole on her fucking face as well. I just kept thinking of that scene in Uncle Buck, where he's just like, here's a nickel, and I'll get a rat to gnaw that thing off your face.
God.
Yeah, Mel looked,
Ugh.
she looked like fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger at the end of Total Recall when his helmet broke on Mars.
I thought you were. It's better than Quato, I suppose. What do you want, Mr. Quaid?
Yeah, Mr.
Don't fucking touch me.
Yeah, Mel was just like there. There is a lot of ugly fucking ass women in this game.
I was just because
really
is Owen's quite a good looking guy, and I was like, fuck, man, you could have done better. I'm just gonna say she's punching there. She really is.
She's got to be able to do something special, but now she's pregnant, so it's all over.
Yeah, that's it. The game kind of solves that problem for him.
Yeah.
The Reaver says, by 2066, Native Britons will be an ethnic minority in their homeland. We will be the Last of Us 2. Well, we'll see. The Bloody Heartland. Spec Ops: The Line does a better job of making The Last of Us 2's point better, and that game was only 6 hours long. Yes, it does. The scene with the white phosphorus is grim as fuck, but it serves a purpose in the narrative. Have you played that at all, Az?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, well, just to put it in context, there's a scene where you're fighting the enemy and you get control of an airstrike, and you're seeing it through like thermal imaging cameras. So you're calling down fire on your enemy, and you accidentally drop it on civilians, and then you end up walking through that area where you've killed them, and it's like the most awful stuff you can imagine, like dead bodies everywhere and stuff.
Wow.
And it's very unflinching and very in your face about it, and it starts your character down a path of like becoming increasingly unstable because of what he's done. But it makes a good point as a game, and probably hits on a lot of the same notes as Last of Us 2, but it doesn't take like 5 times as long to do it.
And just have a bunch of crazy diversity.
Yeah.
What I learned from The Last of Us Part 2 is that diverse and gay people are psychos. That's what Neil Druckmann has taught me.
Kind of the message that it seems to be putting forward, yeah. Yeah, super muscular women, you should probably stay away from them. Was it Latino men or
just Lotharios? And
yeah, Lotharios, that was the word I was looking for.
Immediately fall in love with each other. That's another trope.
Yes. God, there's no building up relationships there. It's just like straight into it. Yeah. So yeah, it's funny how they try so hard to be inclusive and stuff and do things differently, but they end up falling back on the same exact stereotypes as always.
Yeah.
Ortelios, drinker, what whiskey are you drinking right now? I'm drinking Buffalo Trace with a little bit of Coke mixed in. I've moved on from the Jack Daniels, and Buffalo Trace is a good little whiskey. So
nice.
What about you? As you on anything? Oh, you're on the
I'm a rum guy. Yeah, I like a bit of Mount Gay.
Yeah, I knew that about you. I always could tell.
But I do. Mount Gay is just the most delicious rum. It's absolutely delicious.
Yeah, I kind of alternate between Kraken for a bit of dark spice and Red Leg. They've got like a couple of different varieties of that. Both pretty good rums.
Dead Man's Fingers is great. Dead Man's Fingers rum is amazing.
I haven't tried that yet.
It's I think it's a Cornwall company.
Yeah.
And one of my friends sent me some up for Christmas once, and their spice rum and their coconut rum is just absolutely delicious. Delicious.
Nice. Yeah. Do you mix it with anything or you just have it neat?
Rum, cock, ice, and a slice. I like a bit of rum, Coke, ice, lime round the rim, squeeze the lime, drop it in, fresh wedge, drop it in. That's how I like my rum.
Good combination. I had a nice margarita earlier, like just before dinner. That was, I haven't had one of them in a while, but it's been kind of a hot day here, so I was like, it seems like the thing to have.
Oh, it's been miserable as fuck here, mate.
Really? Yeah.
Yeah.
Scotland
Raining most of the day, yeah.
Oh, shit. But yeah. What's the next
My
one?
front garden looks like a fucking house in The Last of Us Part 2.
Crispy Critters, you guys need to deal with these spammers. Yeah, that was kind of an annoyance earlier on, but I blocked most of them basically. So
what is the 14ers? The 14?
Yeah, what the fuck's the 14 all about?
I don't know. What was all that about? I thought it was a thing for your channel, so I was just like not saying anything.
No fucking idea. But I saw a lot of it, so I just kept blocking them because I was like, yeah, this is stupid. And a lot of Israel stuff as well, which I totally didn't get. But yeah, I just blocked that as well.
That might be Black Lives Matter then, because they're saying some weird ass Israel shit at the minute.
Yeah, it's such a weird thing to intrude on, though. It's like we're here talking about a video game. Like, we're not political, either of us. So why would you even care what we have to say?
But we will take the piss out of your politics.
Yeah. The more extreme you are, the more we'll mock you, basically.
Yes.
Yes. What's the next one? Ject Reset. Lesbian family simulator.
I think I said that in my playthrough.
It really did, yeah. Like when you're walking around the farm and it's like I've got a baby in my hand, Dina's making dinner. Yeah, this is great. I'm hoping we can sit down and watch a movie later. It's thrilling stuff, you know. If I'm feeling really excited, I might go read a book.
Yeah, you're selling me the lifestyle. You really are. I want to be with a woman.
Drive-by commenter. Hi, Drinker. Great point about the boss from Metal Gear Solid 3. We've seen subversion work well in many other games and films. Odd that they couldn't do it here. Yeah, I think the difference, and this is something I kind of highlighted, is like you can do this thing where a character does something quite bad or unexpected early on, and then you gradually get more context to it. But there's limits to what you can do with them. Like the boss in Metal Gear Solid, she sort of betrays you and she injures you, but she doesn't kill you. And yes, and fantastic character that gradually gets fleshed out over the course of the game. And that's fine, but they were smart enough to know there's only so much you can undo in terms of like filling in the backstory. And I think they got the balance right, which is again is a credit to Hideo Kojima, and why Druckmann's just a bit of a wannabe in comparison. He doesn't have the sense of restraint.
Yeah, because Cuckman had the. You said it earlier. Is the hubris of Cuckman? He thought that he was clever enough to make you see the beloved character have his head smashed in and make that character likable in the game. I think he had the sheer hubris to think that he could do that, and he couldn't. He couldn't. Yep. He tried every manipulation that he knew, and it came across as so insincere, because when you see Abby at the beginning of the game, she's just fire.
Yep.
She's fire and rage. And even Joel saving her life, she doesn't care. She's rage personified. And she just destroys him. The best thing.
That's what the roids will do, man.
That's what happens when you abuse, growth hormone treatment and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, suddenly to happen the next time you see her, she's in Seattle and she's all like, "Hi, I'm Abby. How you doing? Are you having a good day? Oh my god, that's amazing!" It's just
what can I do to make your life better?
It's a different character. He suddenly created a different character that's exhibiting the body of Abby. So yeah, no cuckers, no.
Alan Coleman says, "Hope to see you gents on EFAP discussing this." I don't think EFAP's going to cover this, but I am going to be doing a stream with Mauler and Southpaw, just again discussing this game. So we'll see where that comes. I'll probably be fucking sick of talking about Last of Us 2 by that point. So I'll just probably just record this and I'll just hit replay and just like walk away for an hour. The Bloody Heartland says, pay $60 to have gay Ellie jump and customize weapons. Otherwise, the game's exactly the same as Last of Us, the original. It very much is. I think that's why I didn't find the infected particularly intimidating this time, because I just done it all before, and so there was nothing new there.
Yeah, they didn't really bring out anything different with the infected. One was slightly different. The bigger one was slightly different, and then they did have the boss in the hospital which had multiple infected attached to it. But other than that, they were just all the same. And, I think you had the... they were just all the same. And you knew how to kill them. There was no different way to kill them, really. It was the same fucking thing. Like, there's a part in the game where you go into the hospital to get these shit for Yara. And you get up on the ledge of this hotel room, and there's like a ton of them in this hotel room. There's clickers, there's a huge guy, there's runners. And Levy's just like, what are we going to do, Abby? We need to get through here. And I just got my fucking pipe bombs out and just threw them in the fucking window, and everything was just getting blown to fucking smithereens. There, Lev, there. They're all blown up like, now.
Shut up, Lev. You throw one bomb in, and the explosion will draw in any other clickers in the vicinity, and then you throw the next one, and they're all going to be taken out by that. That's all you need to do.
Yeah.
Easy peasy. What's the next one here? Stigma of the Rose. If you replace a plank on a ship, is it still the same ship? What if you do this for each plank? If and when is it a new ship? I would say it's a new ship when you replace more than 50% of the planks. That would be my theory on that.
What show was it? We was talking about the broom and the handle and the mop head.
That's fucking Only Fools and Horses, is it not?
Is it Only Fools and Horses?
Well, triggers like that where he's like, he gets a medal from the council because he's had the same broom for 20 years. And they're like, how the fuck did you have the same broom for so long? And he's like, well, I'll look after it. This broom's had like 15 new heads and 12 new handles. I'm like, why is it the same fucking broom then? He's like, well, here's a picture of it. What more do you want?
Oh, God, that was such a good show.
Another one you probably wouldn't be allowed to make nowadays.
No.
Kubus says, Did you know you couldn't shoot the photographs in the synagogue? You can shoot the wall next to it, though. Also, the books are apparently too holy to shoot. I didn't know that, actually, because I didn't waste any ammo when I was in the synagogue. I just wanted to get out of there as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I wasn't shooting in the synagogue. That's ridiculous. I was using Molotov cocktails. No, wait, no, shit.
No, you're going to get us banned for saying that.
No, there's a joke. Oh, no. Cancel.
Please don't kill us. I didn't know that. I'm not surprised, though. I'm sure, Dina would probably come in and be like, no, you can't do that. It's disrespectful.
Yeah, Dina would grab the bullets with her hand.
Block them with her face.
I was the top bullet catcher in town.
Yeah. No one could catch bullets better than me.
Yeah.
This male tried to beat me one time, and I'd caught a bunch of bullets and then threw them at him, and they went straight through his head. Stigma of the Rose. What if fucking hell? What if we take all the old planks and rebuild the old one? Which is the real ship? Now let's name this ship Naughty Dog. I see where you went there with that. Yeah. Is it still the same game? Is it the same company? I don't know. It seems like all the talented people have left.
Well, yes. Amy Hennig, say what you want about her. She's an incredible writer. There's absolutely no denying that. And I think you can see where the true quality comes from in that company, or came from, I should really say.
The Grey Ghost, Karen voice. You're just afraid of jacked ladies. Also, can we take a moment to admire the fantastic Miss Gina Carano? Remember all the incel outrage over Cara Dune in Mando and Angel Dust in Deadpool? Yeah, Gina Carano is awesome, man. She's pretty buff herself, but she's kind of on the right side of it. She doesn't look ridiculous. She's just big.
And when she was an MMA fighter, she was cut to whichever respective weight.
Yes,
as well. But she's a beautiful woman, absolutely gorgeous woman. I thought she was great in Amando. She's really cool on Twitter as well. She's not woke at all. She's got a very level head on her, and she's brilliant.
Yep. It'd be nice to see her in more things, but it's good that she's doing well in The Mandalorian. So see more of her,
Yeah.
I'm sure. Stupid Monkey. Funny that SJW message game will try to make you feel bad about offing a pregnant woman and her baby, but SJWs are pro-abortion. Yeah, maybe this is this game's ultimate example of that. I don't know. If it wanted to go down that road, I suppose it could have had Dina question whether or not she wanted to have the baby. Because they were in such a dire situation. It's like, I can't possibly be pregnant when we're like this because, there's no way I can, carry it and be safe or even give birth in an environment like this. But it never really comes up, and it kind of doesn't really come to anything. So
no, it came up briefly with Jesse and Ellie. Jesse says, is she going to keep the baby? And then it was just like, I don't know.
Yeah, move on.
Yeah, that was it. That was
interesting. I'm sure she said something like, well, that's her choice.
Yeah.
It's like, well, yeah, it is, but fucking hell, doesn't he get to have any input? Like, does no one even care what he thinks?
His input was already over. It was called
sperm. He'll be gonna be supporting that kid forever. But it's alright, he got shot in the face, so it's all comes to nothing anyway.
Yeah. But that whole thing with Mel was so contrived anyway, because it was purposely trying to hide the pregnancy.
Yeah. It raises the question, would Ellie still have done it if she had known? Because Mel was trying to kill her, so like, what's your options? It's either you kill her in self-defense or you let yourself die.
I don't think Ellie would have killed her. I don't think Ellie would have.
Yeah. Fair dues. Nidhogg. Check out the video by Robin Gaming called The Naughty Dog Agenda, an honest, open conversation. It's 2 years old, but it lays the groundwork for what Naughty Dog and The Last of Us Part 2 turned into. Well, that could be interesting, actually. I'm pretty sure old Anita had a bit of input into this game. And her, as far as I understand from what Neil Druckmann has said, like, her input pretty much amounts to, what if this character was a woman? Great.
Well, I think that was the something like the makeup art, not the makeup artist, but like someone's like assistant or something. Because the end of Uncharted 4 was meant to be Nathan Drake with his son, and then his assistant or something said, "But what if it was a girl?" And then Druckmann said, "Yeah, it wouldn't have mattered if it was a boy or a girl, so I made it a girl." And then you're just like, whoa. No, now you have made a decision. Because if it didn't matter, then you would have said, well, it doesn't matter, does it? So my first thing was to make it a boy. But you now made the conscious decision to change it from a boy to a girl, so suddenly it did matter. So you made something that didn't matter by somebody saying it doesn't matter if it's a boy or a girl. Oh, he's such a dick, his cuckers. He doesn't know if he's coming or going.
Well, the problem is, like, once you let people like that in the door, and you start trying to pander to them, inevitably you'll eventually say something wrong, or they'll dig up a tweet that you made like 10 years ago that's slightly wrong, and then you're cancelled forever. So I can't
wait for somebody to dig up a tweet where I've said something dumb. I mean, I don't say too risque stuff, but let's say I say something risque, I'm just going to go, fuck, thanks for digging that up. That's great tweet, days.
Yeah.
I'm going to retweet that right now.
No point apologizing, because it's not going to help.
No. I apologize. No.
Kubus says, I advise you to check out The Last of Us and Last of Us 2 subreddits just to see how different the people are, their arguments and mindset. I mean, I tend to avoid Reddit, to be honest, because I think it's a toxic cesspool of hatred and awfulness, and I've got no time for it. And it's become increasingly like that over the past couple of years. So it's just, it's not a place I like to go, to be honest with you.
No.
Louis the Plank, The Last of Us 3 plot will be Abby gets killed by Carol Baskin and fed to tigers. Carol fucking Baskin. She's the reason all this happened.
A third game? I can't see how on earth there could be a third game.
Oh, there will. Like the money that they will make from this one. I mean, it's what, 4 million copies, and that was a couple of days ago, so it's probably 5 million by now. Regardless of how many returns they want or whatever, you know, they've bought the games, and ultimately they're not going to get the money back. So yeah, they'll probably do a third one. They've left Ellie alive, and the ending's totally open.
Well,
So,
I think to open, it's just like, where do you go? Joel's dead. Tommy's fucked. Marie's left Tommy. Not that they had any relationship in this fucking game. That was never really. None of the characters from the first game were, apart from Ellie, who wasn't Ellie, were given any time at all.
I had no sense of who Tommy was or what he was about. Like, he's in it for a handful of scenes for a couple of minutes, and then he's gone. And it's just, yeah, I got nothing from the guy. I didn't even understand who was in charge in Jackson. I thought it was his wife, but then it's implied that he's the one who's the leader there. Fuck
Is
it, I
it?
don't know. He mentions it at one point,
Huh.
but
Huh. I thought it was just a chode place.
I
Like
think yeah, people driving around getting shot.
Yeah.
No, I'm pretty sure he was. I'm pretty sure he was in charge. But then the sort of dynamic of their relationship made it seem that like she was, but I didn't even care that much to think about it.
Well, that's because all men have to be played as second fiddle. I mean, Jesse was a sperm he was a sperm donor that got shot in the face for cannon fodder purposes. That was his character. It was shite.
Yeah. Matt G gave me a sticker, a unicorn one. So many unicorns today, it's amazing. LT Netjack says lesbian romances are horribly written. They're always, oh, you're the only other lesbian in town, eh? You're my soulmate then. Yeah, it's kind of what it seems to be. Like, I think we talked about this before. Like, I never really got the attraction between Ellie and Dina. I don't understand what they saw in each other. Or, you know, I didn't get to see that relationship gradually unfold. It's just there right off the bat. So there's nothing to latch onto, and there's nothing to root for.
Yeah, and particularly at the end in the in the barn, you've got Ellie talking to Jesse, and they've been split up for a week. We don't know that Dina is pregnant at the time. Dina is dancing with some guy on the dance floor, and they seem to be heavily flirting. Well, she's heavily flirting with him.
Yeah.
And then she finishes her dance with him and then grabs Ellie and a drink and goes for a smooch with Ellie.
Yeah, so it's kind of like, it's like she'll just, every person that she's with, she tries to shag. It's like,
she's just,
you know, you can do that if you want, but it's just like, well, I don't really empathize with this character because it just seems to be like someone who's up for anything with anyone. Yeah. It's like, what's the like there, really? And it's like Ellie could just be another conquest for her.
Could have been, but then they were just immediately in love, and it, you know, I'm a great believer in this old-fashioned thing called show don't tell, and I didn't see anything that would intimate that they were. There was no chemistry. There was no history that we saw, like 14, 15-year-old Ellie arriving in Jackson, being introduced to Jesse, a younger Jesse, and Dina, and maybe some others. Seeing a relationship blossom. Well, you know, a relationship, not physical, but a relationship blossom.
Mm-hmm.
And then it culminates in the barn dance at the end. So at least you've seen how they come together. But this was just like, hi, we're lesbians. We're immediately in a relationship. Okay. You love me. Okay. I'm pregnant. Okay. Here's a baby. We're family now. Okay. Well, it's when you go. I leave you. Okay. That was it.
It's when they're talking, like, and there's this really excruciating dialogue scene where they have to rate each other's kissing ability, and they give them like a score. I'm like, fuck off. When have you ever heard people, like real human beings, talk like this? You know, it's not like they're discussing anything like meaningful or deep or anything like that, or sharing some personal history. It's just like, You're good at kissing. Yeah, so are you. I like your face. Yeah, I like your face too. Let's
Well, I
make
did.
out.
Right.
Fucking
Admittedly,
hell.
I did do that once, but I was 12 at the time.
Yeah. It says a lot about this
And
script.
we were having a kissing competition.
How do you win that?
Well, there was like
Is it how hard you can kiss, or like?
there was like 3 guys and 3 girls, and we took it in turns. The guys took it in turns to kiss the girls, and then the girls would rate our kisses, and that's how that worked.
Did the girls
And we're
take a turn to
12.
kiss the girls, or
Huh?
did
The
the
girls
girls
didn't
take a
kiss the
turn?
girls, and the guys didn't kiss the guys, because that'd be gay. And this, and when you're 12 years old, you're just like, you gay.
Yeah.
And so we just took it in turns to kiss the girls, and the girls would give us a rating. And then that's how that worked. And then all I remember is there was a girl. I'm not gonna say her name because God knows crazy people dox like fuck. But there was a girl. There was one of the girls, and we started kissing, and we didn't stop kissing. And then one of the guys who was kissing one of the girls was just like, "Oh my god, they're not stopping! Oh my god!" and that was 12-year-old. That's 12-year-olds. Abby and Elliot, 18, 19 years of age. And they were fucking rating the rating a fucking kiss, a drunken kiss on a dance floor in a barn while they were getting fucking whacked up on 73-year-old dope. And just pretty much being as obnoxious as possible.
I'd like to point out as well, by the way, they were in the middle of a mission. Like, their mission was to get to Joel and relieve him because they hadn't been in contact with him for a while. Like, so for all they knew, Joel could be in danger.
Well, he was in danger.
Yeah, and like they are fucking around in some basement. Yeah, like smoking weed and making out and like acting like they haven't got a care in the world. It's like, Jesus Christ, have a little bit of sense of the gravity of the situation you're in right now. Like, shit's getting real right now. You've lost contact with Joel. You need to find him. Yeah, just like such a weird choice for the characters.
Sorry, I'm brushing my teeth.
Okay.
I'm brushing my teeth. Sorry.
All right, I'll carry on with the super chats while you do that. Tambo says, sounds like a game written by NPCs for NPCs. Wander around aimlessly until you get some interaction and instruction. Yeah, there's an awful lot of bits in this game where a character will kind of just point off into the distance and be like, see that thing, that big building somewhere over there? You need to get there. We need to get there somehow. And then the level will just be a kind of linear path to that destination.
Holy fuck, that happened all the time. That happened all the fucking time. You see that? Press L3. Building. That's the building we need to get to. Like, fuck off, mate. Fuck off.
Yeah. Remember when you had to figure things out in games? Like there was no particular path forward. You just had to like work out where to go. But like with this, it's like we have to keep you constantly on the critical path so you don't start thinking too much and you don't lose interest. And then, you're only doing it for 5 minutes before the next cutscene comes up.
Yeah. Or like when you went to the hospital, it took like 50 hours. You had to go from the aquarium all the way through fucking literally uphill fucking hill, through destroyed Seattle to get to a hotel, to walk across cranes to get to the hotel, to go down from the top of the hotel to the bottom of the hotel so you could go into the fucking hospital. Fuck you, game.
Here's a question for you, right? There's all these notes scattered about like, oh, we've set all these demolition charges around that are going to bring down this building, right? But we're missing is power for the detonator or something like that. Like a very obvious, like, we are setting this thing up because you're going to have to do this at some point. And then nothing happens with it. I never found a detonator or anything like that to blow up this building.
Yeah, they said they had faulty detonators. So I was thinking, are we going to have to, plug in some power to something that's actually going to trigger the detonators and because they're talking about how this hotel's really rickety and it's it can fall down at any time and you're thinking, oh, one of these huge buildings is going to come down. No,
and I thought that could be
happened.
cool. Yeah, they might set up like a set piece where you've got to like the infected are closing in from every side, and as a last resort, you set the detonator off, and then the buildings collapse, and you've got to run out while everything's falling down around you. It'll be a cool set piece, and then it just does nothing. And
so you can feel sorry for her. Do you remember that?
What's that? Sorry, feel sorry for Abby.
Abby's afraid of heights. Remember?
Oh yeah.
Because relatable.
Because like you, whenever you go to a high point, she'll like wrap her arms around herself, like, oh no.
But there was never a part in the game where her vertigo actually triggered and everything started to go fucky.
Yes.
And your screen go fucky, and you had to try and negotiate your way through the vertigo, or nothing. You're just like, oh, Abby's afraid of heights. Like her, please.
Yeah, like you're going across these cranes like 10,000 feet in the air or whatever, and they've set up like the most rickety, dangerous, like ridiculous path that no human would ever go across, and she just goes across it, but all you get is just some dialogue for her as you go, like, I'm really scared, I don't want to smash now, I want to go home and have a baby Ruth.
Yeah, and then Lev just was like, so what's going on between you and Owen? And she's like, not now, Lev. And I think I actually genuinely laughed at that point. That was actually quite funny.
Yeah. Her campaign I actually liked more than Ellie's because you go through some more varied terrain than Ellie, and you kind of do more interesting stuff.
I was pissed off at the Santa Barbara stuff because Santa Barbara looked way better than fucking Seattle did.
Well, yeah, it's like palm trees and stuff. That's where I'd head. If this stuff was going on, I'd be like, yeah, I'll see you in Hawaii, thank you.
So it's like, damn, why were they're only in this part of the game for like a fucking hour? Like, fuck you, game.
Yeah, it was just nice to be someplace that wasn't raining constantly.
Raining in Seattle.
Yep. Maybe that's what the weather. Maybe that's what the weather's like in Seattle. I don't know.
I think it is, actually. I think it does rain a lot in Seattle.
Kubus says, there was this joke, guess Dina was Jewish before anyone knew, because look at her nose. Ooh. Then you arrived at the synagogue and you're just baffled it's true. Yeah. I mean, she's... if you look at her in retrospect, I suppose, yeah, she's kind of got that stereotypical look about her. And yeah, it's just confirmed when you're at the synagogue. I don't know why it's so clunky the way they do it, but it just feels like really shoved in there.
Because Cluckman wanted to share his heritage.
Yeah, there you go. Eskimo Phono, Cluckman and Troy are so defensive on Twitter. Yeah, I mean, Neil Druckmann's been posting a lot of stuff on Twitter where it's like, haha, sold 4 million copies, you're doing great.
You should listen to this review that was good. You should all listen to this, people. This person said things I wanted them to say. They know that they've probably done fucked up.
Well, it's the fact that they've been contacting Polygon and other sites that have given it a slightly bad review, and they're like, yeah, I just wanted to say, like, why'd you give it a bad review? You got a problem with us? Like, what's wrong with you? Like, just really like passive aggressive, like.
Don't you like our free copies? Don't you like our interviews? Okay.
Guess you won't be getting access to our stuff in future, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just a strange one. Just like intimidation tactics, like, why didn't you give our game a perfect 10 out of 10?
Yeah, because it's a very average game, Neil. That's why.
Yeah, Kubus. What did Neil want to tell us with the nose?
One thing. Sorry, Drinker.
Yeah.
I, honest to God, hand on heart, the most objective I can possibly be, I cannot even begin to see why anyone would give this 10 out of 10. I don't see how on earth you could. I really don't. I am. Yeah, it looks pretty. Yeah, it's got some nice sequences. Yeah, the animations are very good, etc. But from a story standpoint, it is so not just mediocre, but it's so inconsistent as well. I just cannot understand how on earth you could give that full marks.
Yeah, it's I kind of put it as being like kind of ambitious but deeply flawed. So like if the original game was 9 out of 10, this would probably be a 6 or a 7.
Mm.
And I'm being kind of generous there. But yeah, it's definitely not a 10.
No.
And a lot of the things I gave it credit for, like the level design is pretty good. It looks really nice. Like that's just kind of what you expect from AAA games now. Like that's not a real selling point anymore.
Yeah, I mean, not to dismiss the hard work by the programming team, because it does look gorgeous, but there's a lot of gorgeous games out there now, and stuff like that. It's like films and explosions and special effects and all that kind of stuff. It's been done so much and so often to such a high standard that unfortunately it's just not that impressive anymore because it's been done so many times. So yeah, it's a beautiful looking game. It's a fantastic looking game, but you kind of expect it for a game that's got $100 million budget. You know, you're not expecting anything less. So it's the story that fucked it up for me.
Yeah, absolutely. Taylor Ramirez says Neil thought he was George R.R. Martin, but it turns out he was D&D instead. To be honest, though, like he's producing content way quicker than George R.R. Martin is. We're on like 10 years now for his latest book, and he's still nowhere near fucking finishing it.
No,
it's just I've got very little faith in the man now. Generally speaking, when an author takes that fucking long to produce a book, it's going to be garbage because they have completely lost their creative momentum. So yeah, I wouldn't expect Winds of Winter to be particularly good if I were you.
I don't think it's even going to come out. I think it's going to be, unfortunately, he's probably going to pass on before it does.
I think he'll get Winds of Winter out eventually, but he'll never get A Dream of Spring done in his lifetime.
No, yeah. And then when he dies, that's it, isn't it? It's not being passed on to be finished. That's it. When he dies, it ends.
I don't know what his arrangements are or what his publishing house is going to do.
I think that's what the arrangements are. If he dies, that's it. It's finished.
Yeah. It just like I've heard people like ranting about him, and it's like basically, before all the lockdowns happened, like he was at every fucking convention and every fucking letter that got opened, he was there, just like loving all the attention and loving all the fan adoration, but not actually sitting in his office and actually doing any work. So this is why it's taking him so fucking long to do anything. And that sort of thing just doesn't get better over time, especially as you get older. I imagine you've got less energy to do all this stuff anyway.
Yeah. He's what, 72 or something?
Yeah, and he doesn't look.
No, he's not exactly. Yeah, he's not exactly the fittest person in the world, is he?
So yeah, we'll see what happens there. Eskimophono, people are having legit arguments if Abby is a woman. Well, it's marginal. Like when someone told me that there was a sort of transgender character in this, I assumed it was Abby. Quite naturally, I suppose.
Because she looks ridiculous.
Yeah. Eskimophono, did you fight the clickers much in The Last of Us 2?
Yeah.
I stealth killed them when I had to. If I was able to just sprint by and just ignore the fucking things, then I did that. They are a pain. Like there's a few times when I got taken out by them, like when they attack me from behind, and it's just an instant kill. And it was partly just because my character is so fucking slow to turn.
Yeah, the turning arc is horrific, but I don't think I ever got into a position that it was that much of a problem. Not with the dodge button. But yeah, they kind of lost all their sting, really. They were very easy to kill with certain maneuvers, and even if you grabbed, it was very easy to spam the square button to get out of it. And then you could either retaliate with a melee weapon, which seemed to be exceedingly strong, or shoot, And as long as you hit the head a couple of times, clickers went down pretty quick.
Yeah. The game sort of it structures itself in such a way that, like, if you hide behind a wall or something, like, enemies will kind of just home in on you, so that, like, they're setting themselves up for a stealth kill. They'll just walk right by, and then you've done it.
Yeah. The pathways were so easy to gauge.
Yes. Drusilla K. The big thing is what you two just mentioned is after the torture, she can kill Ellie and Tommy in front of him and leave him there, which would mean he has to live with that while recovering to go for revenge. Yeah, exactly. So if Abby had killed Ellie and Tommy in front of Joel and maybe injured him or whatever, and then just left, he's then suffering the same things that she's suffered, and he would understand her suffering then. But then that would mean that you don't get to have a female main character, and Druckmann wouldn't accept that. Yeah, exactly. So that wouldn't have fit with his agenda, I guess.
Well, it is his agenda because one of the very first things Druckmann said when the game was coming under a lot of criticism was, he said, and I'm paraphrasing because I don't, paraphrasing, but he said that the people who are being critical and shouting about the game, I think they're the people who really are the ones that need to listen to the message of it. And you're just kind of like, oh God, shut up, you pretentious cunt. You don't know how much of an arsehole you really look. You smug asshole.
It's that
just because
thing,
you're.
like,
sorry, I was just saying, just because he lives in a world where identity politics is the be all and end all. We don't. We live in a world where we don't care. You just be what you want. We don't care. We just want you to be a decent human being.
Yeah. And it's straight from the sort of Ryan Johnson playbook of handling criticism, where it's basically like, yeah, you're just not smart enough to understand the magnificence of what I've created.
Essentially, yeah. I mean, he's pretty much said that. Today he responded to a review, and the review was just like, the reason why Abby is like an amazing character, and if you don't like the game, you just don't get it. It's like one of those type of reviews, and Cuckman like retweeted it and said, "Yeah, I think people really need to watch this video. I think it's very good and well reasoned and discussed and whatnot." I'm just like, fuck off, cuckers.
In chat here, someone's just said, the message: when confronted by an Abby, turn her around. People were asking me about the Angry Joe review as well. I haven't seen it yet. I'll need to, because apparently he kind of tears out a new one.
I did cheat. I've watched about 10 minutes, and I did cheat and see what he gave at the end.
Right.
And I don't know if you want me to tell you or not.
Yeah, just go for it.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay. He gives it a 6.
I'd say that's fair.
He gives it a 6, and that's kind of like, I think, yeah. I mean, I gave it a 5, but he did actually say I would have given this a 5, but for some technical or something that he liked at some point, he kind of elevated it to a 6. But I just think this is, very mediocre. I think it's the epitome of mediocre. It's mediocre storytelling, and you can't have style over substance in a story-based game. It kind of goes against that. You need the substance over the style, and he didn't do that.
Yeah. Eskimophono says here, Joel died right before Father's Day. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that wasn't lost on a lot of people, I think. What a choice.
And Ellie didn't get revenge during Pride Month.
I know, God. Such a shame. Such lack of representation there.
I know.
Someone will be mad about that somewhere. The Grey Ghost, coming in 2021, The Last of Us, Joel's behind DLC pack. Flashback side quest reveal that Joel is totally into the fellas. Druckmann's penning it right now. I wouldn't be surprised. Anything's possible.
There's that conversation, isn't there, between Ellie and Jesse, where Ellie says Joel speaks very highly of you.
Yeah, Joel really likes you.
Yeah, I thought he had a thing for you or something. She says that, and it's like, what?
Something like that.
What the? Oh my god, Ellie, just stop! Not everyone's in the world has to be gay. You know?
I know, and it's like two people from the same gender can like just be friends. Like they could form a strong relationship that's just not sexual.
Yeah,
I know it's crazy.
I
This is
know.
like
As mad as that is.
I was talking to Southpaw about this a week ago, and I cited the Uncharted spin-off. What was it, Lost Legacy, where you've got two
Yes.
female leads, Chloe and what's the other one, whatever her name is. But I like the relationship in that. That plays out so much better. You've got they're initially hostile towards each other. They've kind of got to work together, and they gradually learn to trust each other, and they get on. And the acting's really good. The dialogue's fun. It's such a world away from Last
Claudia
of Us 2.
Black's a legend, though.
She is, yeah. Claudia, if you're watching this, come on, we'll get you on the stream. Love to interview you sometime. No, but she is great, and yeah, I've still got a thing for her after Farscape.
I've
never gotten over it.
Hey, man, yeah, never got over that. Never got over that.
Erin's son, man, she was one hot character. Perfect, great, strong female character as well. That wasn't irritating.
That wasn't irritating, and was just done in a very organic and natural way. Who knew?
But that I cited that as an example of Naughty Dog doing two female leads who have just a friendship. It doesn't have to be sexual. They don't have to be suddenly made gay, but it's a strong, interesting relationship that works well, and it's a great centerpiece for the game. Perfect. You don't have to do anything beyond that, and it's not forced like this is.
Yeah.
Manowar 665. So basically, Cuckman round-headed his own saga, possibly, yeah. It's the second in the series as well. My God, what's next? Is Druckmann going to get fired and someone else is going to have to do the third one, and it's going to be a horrible conglomeration of unimaginative ideas? How can he be fired
after this many sales?
Well, I suppose so. It's the atmosphere it creates, I suppose. It can't be lost on them that a lot of people are really unhappy with this game.
Well, that's why he's still so defensive now. That's why they're so defensive, because they know they've got the sales. They know they've had the scores from the mainstream media, but they can't change the narrative that a lot of people are just fucked off with this game. And that's why, because he wanted to have the Kojima accolades. He wanted to have the, oh my God, you are the developer of our generation. It isn't Kojima. It's you, Neil. It's you. You have defeated your arch enemy. And it's not. People are just like, oh, for fuck's sake, he's completely Roundhead Johnsoned it. Yeah. And it's just killing him. I think it's his ego. I think it's his vanity that's eating him up.
It could well be. The inability to take criticism. I would, kind of argue that maybe Kojima is kind of defeating himself, because he's without anyone there to rein him in. He's just going off the deep end in terms of creativity. I think what was the fucking one that he did recently?
Death Stranding.
Death Stranding. Yeah, that was pretty abstract as a game.
I loved it. I loved it.
It was full Kojima. It was Kojima unleashed.
Yeah. But it was just crazy.
Yeah, and I think whether you like that is just whether or not you're a real fan of Kojima. And sometimes I guess he can go a little bit too far, and it becomes kind of impenetrable. And I think it was right on the brink of being like that.
I think it was definitely on the verge, absolutely. But to me, it was just there isn't any game in the world that you can compare to Death Stranding.
No way.
He really did do something original and different. And yes, it is abstract, and that is always going to be Kojima. He's always going to have those abstract elements. He has them in Metal Gear. But just imagine, this is why I think if you give Silent Hill to Kojima, and there is a rumor that Konami have thrashed out a deal with Kojima to do Silent Hill now. But if that does prove to be correct, and he does do Silent Hill, you know that is going to be the most terrifying game you ever play in your life.
Yes, he's the perfect guy to do something like Silent Hill, where you are unbound by the realms of reality and you can just indulge your wildest, nightmares. That's where Kojima can shine. So yeah, I mean, everyone remembers PT. So if it follows that similar
I've still
mode,
got it. I'm lucky enough to have downloaded it and maintained it, so I actually have it on my PS4. Yeah,
a little bit of history there.
Absolutely history, and yeah, you wouldn't give him Final Fantasy, but you definitely give him Silent Hill.
Yeah. Imagine if he'd done this. If he'd done Last of Us,
it probably would have been 10 times better.
What would it have been? The mind boggled.
Ellie would have been 5'10", double D.
Yeah. Just going around in just like a bikini.
yeah. Using the power, using a psychic power, because that's what the immunity's given her. Blowing the heads off the clickers and shit.
It could be incredible, actually. Taker610 says, "My name is Inigo Montoya. You killed my father. Prepare to die."
Oh,
Abby's story was already done so much better. Yeah, revenge has been done a million times, and I covered Wrath of Khan recently with Nerdrotic, and that's a great revenge story. Where you've got like a character with an understandable reason for wanting to come after the protagonist, and it results in terrible losses for both sides.
I would say El Mariachi, Desperado.
There's a million, yeah.
Yeah, Machete. Rodriguez is the king of revenge.
Yep.
He's the king of revenge stories, and there's a million revenge stories out there that's better than this. This is feeble.
Yep.
The message is lost at the end. It's just absolutely feeble.
There is no message at the end. So
well, that's just it.
Everything's hopeless.
Yeah.
Yeah, everything's pointless. You're done. Great. It was very inspiring. Kubus says, at the end of Last of Us 1, Ellie knew that Joel was lying, but she accepted it. In part 2, she's a completely different character, surprised when Joel tells her. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
we covered that already. It's trying to recontextualize and rewrite what happened previously to fit the new narrative, and it's really clunky and it's really disingenuous, and I don't approve.
No. That's why the ending of The Last of Us is so good, because the look on Ellie's face.
Oh yeah, it's perfectly played. She absolutely knows.
Yeah, she 100% knows. She knows that Joel's lying to her, and she knows that Joel loves her so much he couldn't see her die. And then in this game, Ellie is a completely different character in this game. I don't recognize Ellie. Like I said, that's why the birthday scene in the museum, the dinosaur museum, was so good, because it was that Ellie back again, and that Joel and the relationship and the dynamic between them, which was so great, was there. And so for this brief 20-30 minutes or so, whatever it was, I actually felt as if I was playing a Last of Us game, but alas, I wasn't.
Yeah, and then you're back to reality.
Yes.
The Justice 35 says, this game is a prime example of that classic drinker line. The script needs the plot to happen, so off we go.
Yes.
Ellie's gay, by the way. It's a shame that the plot ruins the solid gameplay. Yeah.
Is that mentioned,
there's subtle hints.
Okay.
But yeah, like the plot is really intrusive a lot of the time. You're just starting to get into the gameplay, and then boom, another big massive cutscene happens, and then you're off doing something else.
Yeah, because I was another part I was just laughing was when you have this massive set piece where Haven's getting burnt down as Isaac's invading, and there's a huge war raging between the Seraphites and the wolves, and you do this massive. You're riding on a horse. You're shooting people. Buildings are burning things are falling down in front of you. You get knocked off. You have to shoot your way through. You dive into the sea. You got to make it to the boat. Then you start rowing away, and it's this big, massive, intense sort of scene. And then I was just like, "Oh my god, they're gonna go to the aquarium, and Owen and Mel are gonna be dead on the floor." And I just started laughing my head off. It's just like, this is just misery porn. It's just misery porn, this game.
Yeah.
Just really nothing. Just nothing to lighten the mood. Nothing to just change the way that you feel. And so you can never get out of the way that you feel, which is just miserable. Or like me, you just get to the point where you just start laughing at how, like I say, how kind of satirical. It's just jumped the shark. It just totally jumped the shark in its misery. The actual deaths became hilarious because like, oh, there goes another.
Yeah, it's like, what can we do to make it more tragic?
Yeah. I lost all my friends. Well, I lost all of my friends as well, and I lost my dad. Well, you killed my surrogate dad. Let's not kill each other. Okay.
Yeah, then it's like, I love playing the guitar. Oh, now I've lost my fucking guitar playing fingers.
Now I've lost my fingers.
You know, if there was a character that loved reading, I bet they would have got blinded in this.
Oh god, there was just so many fucking notes. Paper everywhere, fucking notes everywhere, written. But yeah, you could just imagine if that was the way that you learned how to play the guitar, you'd be blind. You'd have had your eyes ripped out by something. When he came back to the farm at the end, you tripped up and fell on some barbed wire straight into your eyeballs.
Oh no!
Oh no! What a tragic ending! I can't find the guitar now.
I can't find the guitar, and I can't see the beautiful view.
I have to play the next scene in black. Just black screen. Oh god, this game was shit.
Someone makes a good point in chat, actually. They were saying here, also you can't choose what skills to upgrade, so it eliminates different play styles. Yeah, this was an annoyance for me because you can sort of focus on different skills, but then sometimes the thing you want is buried like 3 layers down, and you have to get a bunch of random stuff you don't care about in order to get to that.
Yes.
And even things like your inventory, you know, in other games you can choose which guns you want to take with you, so you can tailor it to what you find most useful. But in this, you've just kind of got them all anyway, so they're all just lumped in together. And so there's no tactical flexibility to how you do it, which is annoying.
Not really. Yeah, the skill tree was really annoying because I was like, oh, I want this skill, but I have to go down 4 fucking things to get the one I want. It was just like, And then when you're just getting all the bits for the upgrades of the weapons, it was pretty much how many bits do I have and what can I spend it on, as opposed to making real strategic choices, which would mean holding on to repair parts for ages. Yeah, it didn't feel particularly satisfying or whatever. Fuck this game. It really is so fucking boring. It really was so boring.
The fixer here says, I've said before, Abby is the Hulk on estrogen. Yeah, not a lot of estrogen.
Oh, she's not on estrogen. She's a lot on testosterone, though.
Yeah, she's not hairy, so maybe that's something. Maybe she shaves. I don't know.
Oh no, all the women had underarm hair.
Yeah, it's really obvious in Dina's case where they pan right in on it, where she's lying with her arms above her head, and it's like, okay, you want us to see it. You really want to make that point. I mean, it's I suppose it's believable. It's consistent with the world. You're maybe not going to have access to razors, but yeah, I don't know. Some of the guys shave, so I guess they exist.
Yeah, but why would you when you can just be a woman?
Yeah, just be. Flubber 11. Ellie's
She's gonna
favorite
have
kill.
a huge fucking mott.
I don't even want to think about it, man. Don't make me think about it.
It's gonna be like the fucking Amazonian jungle in there.
It's going to be like a beaver. Ellie's favorite kill. Mine is Owen and Mel. That's my favorite one. I like when she comes back from torturing that woman to death. That was wholesome and lovely. But you can see that like it was. She obviously had to do some horrendous things because she's covered in blood when she comes back.
Oh, she's hitting her with a fucking crowbar left and right.
Oh yeah,
isn't she? She made a talk. Yeah, by twatting her with a crowbar.
Yeah, someone who's already dying, by the way, from poisoning.
I like the fact that it was completely irrelevant that Ellie was immune in this game. It held no purpose whatsoever, at all.
Yep.
Other than there's just two times. Just two times that it came up. One when they were trying to outdo each other, and the other one was when the woman was cornered and Ellie, she was like, "Oh, you're breathing in spores, you're her," because then it made her realize who Ellie was, because she didn't exactly know who she was.
Yeah.
But other than that, it's just an irrelevance. Just like it's just a side thing, just like the clickers and all that. It's just a side thing now in that game.
Yeah, it gets
referenced. It's all about Abby's dog.
Yeah, it gets referenced once later on when she's got Fat Geralt at gunpoint, and he's like, "You've been bit. You know, you're going to turn." And she just kind of smiles a little bit, like, "No, I'm not."
Yeah, but Geralt, he doesn't know. But she knows, but he doesn't know. And then she shoots him, so he goes to his grave not knowing.
Yeah. Real payoff there.
Yeah, that was... Just fuck this game.
Stoner asks, would you mind explaining to me the reason why Macho Man wanted to kill Joe? I didn't play the first game and thought I could pay you to explain it. Okay, I'll explain it. At the end of the first game, they have delivered Ellie, who's got a immunity to this virus that's ravaged the world, to a bunch of researchers called the Fireflies, and they've found a way that they can cure this or develop a vaccine to this virus, but it's inside Ellie's brain, so they're essentially going to have to kill her in order to get it. And they've got her in the operating table, and Joel finds out what they're going to do, so he bursts in and kills the medical staff who are trying to stop him and takes Ellie away. And then he kind of just lies and says, like, "Oh yeah, they tested you and they couldn't develop any vaccine from it, so sorry, I just took you away." So that's kind of like the lie that he tells that she accepts, even though she kind of knows that he's lying.
Well, she knows, because she's like, "Why did you take me when I'm unconscious in the fucking gown?"
Yeah. And Abby Gigantor is the daughter of the lead surgeon. So, you know, her father's been murdered by Joel, and that's why she wants to track him down and kill him for revenge. So there we go.
Revenge!
Yeah. Revenge is mine!
Yes, revenge is... What was it? Oh no, god damn it, I was going to do Khan's speech from Wrath of Khan.
Oh, revenge is a dish that is best served cold. It is very cold in space. That's how you do revenge.
Ricardo Montalban, what a man.
Nobody could deliver lines like that except him.
No, he's amazing. He was absolutely amazing.
Eskimo Phono, Ellie is immune. Is she a carrier since she got bit? Apparently not. No, it just doesn't affect her. So, you know, I presume she can't pass it on as an STD or anything like that. Or if she bit someone, it wouldn't infect them. Not that we know of anyway. So, no, I think it stops with her.
Well, Abby ate a couple of her fingers. So if Abby's okay, then
that's true. Yeah. James Moore, sorry I'm late. They could have made Abby a steroid addict since she was a surgeon's daughter. It would have added depth. The few people who rival Abby are Special Scar enemies and Fat Geralt. Yes, you fight a guy with a scythe at one point who's just this enormous, like, brute of a dude who's like a boss fight. It's just when you're trying to get away from that burning settlement. And you end up like putting a scythe right through his face, and he's still fighting you, and it just goes on forever.
It was a good look, though.
It was, yeah.
I was laughing. I was like, the guy's had half his face ripped off, and he's still fighting like a trooper.
Yeah, he just does not give a shit. It's great.
No. I was gonna I just kept saying when Abby turns out, I just kept saying she's on the super soldier serum from Captain America.
Yeah, that's it.
That's
pretty much.
That's more the believable one. Yeah. Jesus Christ.
I want triceps like hers, man.
So do
rock hard.
Fucking hell. Yeah, they are definition, yo.
Shane O'Reilly says, do you both think they'll make Last of Us 3, and what could it possibly be about? Yeah, I think they will. You hinted already that the Fireflies are reforming. Ellie's kind of a blank slate now. They can take her wherever they want. I wouldn't be surprised if they skip forward a few years and she's older, and maybe they introduce a new character who's trying to find her, something like that.
I don't see where it goes. I don't see where the story organically goes from here. I got a feeling there isn't going to be one. I'm going to say this is 2 and out. I just have a feeling that even though this one sold well, if you present people with a third Last of Us, with definitely no Joel, of course, because Joel's a goner. After this Dower Fest, I don't see there being. I think it'd become more of a risk than a surefire hit.
I think if they do it, I think Ellie will die at the end of it. She will give her life to develop the cure that she's been denied before. I think that's what they'll do if they make one.
God,
you can see it.
I already just can't be bothered.
Yeah. Mr. X says, my normie friends just ate this game up, no questions asked, and that made me more sad than the plot ever could. Yeah, I mean, one or two of my friends were like, yeah, they're not inclined to like read into it at all. So they're like, oh, it's so smart and it's so like intelligent, the storytelling, and it's so deep. I was like, no, just think about the sort of building blocks that they used for this one, and it's not. It's not as smart as you think it is.
Yeah, it's like I said, the manipulation levels are just like everybody's a different character when it flips over.
Yeah,
they're just a completely different character, and Abby's not Abby, Ellie's not Abby, Manny's not Manny. I think the only character that showed any consistency was Owen.
Yes, I was going to say that. He's reluctant to kill anyone else, and he's very much like, as soon as Joel's dead, he's like, yeah, I just want to get out of here now.
Yeah, and
which is fine.
He was kind of wistful at the start as well when he discovered Jackson and stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think Owen is the only character that actually remained consistent throughout the game.
Yeah. Cubus says, Angry Joe nailed it. They were desperately trying to appeal to emotions to manipulate you, and it's stunning how many are falling for that. Yeah, like we've said, it's like you can see the gears turning to create certain scenarios that are designed to play on your emotions. And it will work. Like I said in my review, like if you have a character like Abby and you portray her as trying to do good things while everything's falling apart around her and she's got all these, fears of heights and stuff, that'll generate like a surface level kind of sympathy for the character. But then you just remember what she did to Joel and you're like, yeah, okay, this is just, you're trying to fool me here. And it's not working.
And the hatred and the venom with which she did it.
Yes.
That's what you have to remember. It's not somebody that reluctantly killed Joel or said, I'm doing this because you killed my father. This is an eye for an eye. And, she tortured him to death.
Mm-hmm.
That's how she did it. And she didn't care. And she enjoyed it. And so, and then suddenly she's the sweetest, cutest, oh, isn't she amazeballs type of person. No, it doesn't work that way. People can't, there has to be an inherent sort of anger or, almost psychological issue with you to be like that. It's not something that you can just flip on and off. Oh, I'm flipping on revenge mode. Now I'm flipping off revenge mode. Mate. No. It's not how it works.
Yeah. This one follows on, actually. They show you Abby's good side, show all her good parts, playing with the dogs, being friends, helping people in need. It could have been paid off, but then she wants to slice the throat of a pregnant girl. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
That was Abby again. That was Abby being Abby.
Yeah.
That was Abby. That was the consistency with Abby from the golf club, and then Abby with Ellie and Dina. She's pregnant. Good. Yeah, that's the venom. That's the venom of the character, and that's the character they tried to bury. Cookman tried to bury that part of her character, that part of her psyche.
the sort of maliciousness of it.
Yeah, he wanted it both ways, and no, you can't have it both ways.
Yeah,
she's either that malicious, uncaring, unfeeling, hell bent on revenge woman, or she's the compassionate, caring one. Because as soon as she gets back, she's just like, "Oh, I got to go back for Yara and Lev. Those kids, they'll never make it without me. I've got to go back and save them." And you're like, "What, bitch? What?
Why? Yeah, like you've got no reason to.
None. Zilch. You helped them. They helped you. You letting them go.
Yeah, like you've got bigger problems to deal with at this point as well within your own group. So yeah, just really odd character choices. This one follows on as well. Actually, Ellie breaks down when she finds out she killed a pregnant woman, but Abby is downright excited to do it to a helpless pregnant woman. Unredeemable. Yeah, just exactly like what we were saying there. Because Ellie's like, "Oh, she's pregnant, don't kill her," and Abby's just like, "Yeah, that makes it all the better." She just can't wait to do it. But then people say,
"Well, it's because she killed Mel, and Mel was pregnant, so she's doing her eye for an eye." But then again,
she didn't know she was pregnant.
No, Abby knew Mel was pregnant.
No. I mean, Ellie didn't know that Mel was pregnant. That's what I mean. Like she was defending herself.
She did when she killed her.
Yeah,
but
she
Abby wasn't there to see how it went down. She just saw Mel with a knife in her neck, dead.
Yeah.
So for all she knew, Ellie could have just come in and stabbed her in the neck with a knife.
Yeah, I suppose so.
But then you still get that's an eye for an eye type of thing. So if it's an eye for an eye type of thing, what happened when Joel saved you? Multiple times at the beginning of the game.
Yeah.
your mantra, it doesn't add up. Your morals, they don't match up. They don't marry up.
Yeah. Andrew McCann, everything people actually wanted from a sequel was relegated to flashbacks. Yeah, totally. Also, screw The Last of Us 3. The follow-up should be a prequel starring Joel and Tommy called The First of Us. Thoughts? Yeah, I'd love that because they've got some good interactions there, and they're fun characters. Yeah, just good characters. Yeah, people who aren't totally miserable all the time. That'd be nice.
Yeah.
Jack Frostblood. I just hear the Big Show's theme whenever you see Abby. Well, it's the big show. Red Lightning. I disagree that The Last of Us 2 is bold. Nier Automata does what it wants to do, but better. Act 3 has revenge type section, but not the sole focus. Play that instead. Probably should actually. I've heard a lot of that. A lot of good things about that game.
I'm playing next, yeah.
Sylvis, Ellie has immunity, but doesn't want to pass on the immunity cause. Ew, man. Yeah. That's
that's okay. No, don't forget it. No, don't worry.
Shiny Garatina. Hey lads, here's some beer funds. Thank you. Kubus, they even retconned the dad doctor. He was brown in The Last of Us 1, not white. He definitely was, yeah.
Was
they
he?
made him. Yeah, he definitely was, yeah. They're doing a side comparison because you never see him without the mask on.
Oh my god, they fucking changed it. They took away a black person's job.
Yeah, they're saying here they made him white for the main white player base to empathize with better. You bet. Man, their morals only go so far. Yeah, I've seen the side-by-side pictures, and it's really blatant.
Oh, man. Oh, I've got to look at this.
Shawnee West says there was also never any proof what the Fireflies were trying to do ever would have worked in the first place. So yeah, like whether or not the cure would have worked. Yeah, again, we don't know for sure. I assume that the doctor seemed pretty fired up about it, like he thought it was going to be viable. I don't think he was lying. There's a chance like it just wouldn't have worked the way he planned, but you never know for sure. Whether they would have the infrastructure and the manufacturing ability you would need to deliver that cure all across the country, pretty debatable. But that's
it's the reach of it. You'd have to give it to everyone. You got warring factions, so would you just keep it to your group? How much reach would it have? I mean, these are interesting questions. But the answer was a man didn't want his surrogate daughter to die. That's the answer.
It was presenting a moral conundrum really for the plot to unravel. So I can go with that basically. Game Boys says Days Gone is a better sequel to The Last of Us than The Last of Us Part 2 was. Yeah, I've heard mixed things about that. People were saying like some of it's kind of repetitive and not that good, but the Horde sections look pretty cool.
I guess.
Oh, there you go.
Damn, Bruce.
Is it good?
Got it. I don't know if I've yet to take. I've only just bought it. I bought it this week.
Oh, okay.
When I bought The Last of Us, I got that as a palate cleanser.
Yeah. Not a bad move. Brian Yoder. A moral adult can let a child choose to sacrifice their dessert to give food to a hungry person. A moral adult cannot allow a child to choose to sacrifice their life for any reason. Yes. Going back to the kind of moral question of whether or not Ellie should have, sacrificed herself to provide the cure. She was 14 at the time. She's not really capable of making an informed choice.
No.
At that age. So it fell to Joel ultimately to make that decision. And he made the best one he could in the circumstances. And I at least like the fact that he says, I'm not going to apologize for it, and I would do the same thing again. It's like, okay, well, at least you've got the conviction of standing by what you did, and you're not trying to like beg forgiveness or anything like that.
No, it was it was good that Joel said that. And what I thought was a bit wishy-washy, though, was I thought the whole point of Ellie's guilt was based around the fact that her last conversation with Joel was an argument. But then at the end, we discover that their last conversation was Ellie saying, I don't know if I could ever forgive you for this, but I'd like to try. And then Joel saying, I'd like that. So, in actual fact, the last words that they said to each other were words of reconciliation.
Yeah.
I think it would have worked better if the last words that she said to him were words of anger. Because there's a lot of guilt that would be associated with that.
Yeah. But they had to like shoehorn it in with the fight that she was having with Gigantor, so she would have a reason to stop killing her. So,
yes.
That's it. That's why it was there.
Yeah, even though the whole reason why she wanted to fight Gigantor at the end was because of Jesus fucking Christ, this game is so fucking inconsistent.
You'll tie yourself in knots, honestly, trying to unravel.
I know. It's so inconsistent. It's so inconsistent and so basic.
Riddick here says Ellie was not gay. It was inserted into a paid DLC. No one that paid for the first game would have known this. Yeah, this is true. It did feel a bit shoehorned in as something that wasn't really applicable to the game, with the first game at all. And I think when it happens, like Riley, when she kisses Ellie, she's the one who does it. And I think Ellie's kind of surprised by it. Like, I'd never got the impression that she was really into it.
I thought it was Ellie that kissed Riley.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, I think it's Ellie that kissed Riley.
Fuck, it's been too long since I played that.
But in The Last of Us, in the main game, she steals the gay guy's porno mag, which is obviously full of naked dudes. So why would a gay girl steal a porno mag full of naked dudes if she's into chicks?
Yeah.
So
later.
Yeah, so it's kind of like sure, again, you could pass it off as Ellie being Ellie and just being, a precocious child or whatnot. But that whole thing was played for laughs, and she was looking through it, and she makes the joke about the size of the guy's dick and stuff, and it was like a funny moment between her and Joel. But that kind of, you don't really steal a porno mag unless you're interested in the contents of it.
Well, you wouldn't look through it, like, I guess, unless you were interested. So yeah.
So that was a weird one. Then in the so that's what most of the people would have seen, and then in the DLC, suddenly she goes a different direction. I don't have a problem with Ellie being gay at all, but be consistent.
Yeah.
So they gave big mixed messages in that as regards to her sexuality, big mixed messages. And then the DLC would be played by a fraction of the people that actually played the main game.
Yeah. Jason Smoot says, truly epic stream. Also make sure you welcome Brie Larson to the YouTube community. Yeah. Welcome on board, Brie. I'm sure you're going to fit in great here.
They're going to love you.
It's going to be so interesting to see what ratios she gets on her videos. Is it just like I'm not getting enough attention at the moment, so I'm going to do this YouTube thing, and everyone will adore me.
YouTube will push her. They will whack her on trending. Her first video, 207,000 views in 8 hours, 30k likes, 7.8k dislikes.
Right.
So her first video is already getting slightly hit. It's not ratioed, but it's getting a little bit of bit of a tickle.
Yeah, once the news spreads. But the thing is, like, she won't be looking at any of this, I don't think. Like, it'll all be produced by a management company. She will just do the stuff, and then it gets popped on, and she'll collect some royalty payments from it.
And her first video is her with a bunch of YouTubers who I have no idea who they are.
Yeah, don't give a shit about them.
Yeah, and they're talking about how great she is. Obviously, and she's not got any makeup on, I don't think, because she's real. She's being
stunning and brave.
Yeah, and God, she's so obnoxious. Oh, apparently it's 21 minutes of self-ingratiation. What a surprise!
Yeah, she's all wrong. The 15 minutes is the algorithmic sweet spot. She should have known that. Fucking rookie mistake. Never mind. Yeah. Brown Gaijin says, video game food doesn't spoil. That's probably a reference to our bigot sandwich that's like 2 months old. Just like the joke we made. Yeah. This is the problem with, like, picking up the super chats at the end when it's like the stuff they're referencing we talked about like 2 hours ago. But I remember that sandwich joke. Silver Grove, agree with Jeremy Jans. A cure would give too much power to the Fireflies over the rest of humanity. They wouldn't just share it around with people.
No,
I don't know. You can't ultimately say how it would affect the balance of power. Ultimately, I think you can assume it would be better for humanity's long-term survival prospects if they did have access to a cure. Even if they were kind of hoarding it for themselves, well, at least their faction would survive, and the others perhaps wouldn't, or they would become subservient to the Fireflies.
Fireflies would explode in numbers because people would go to them. But if you're immune to the virus, then you can clear out places. You can actually
you can and you can't, because, like, okay, you're going to be immune to spores and stuff, but you can still be like eaten or
but I mean, you got to do
like,
that in numbers. Yeah, you got to do that in hefty numbers, and but it's at least it's. But again, Jackson, they made Jackson from scratch, didn't they? So you can make these places. Haven was made from scratch and such. So, you can do these things.
Yeah. Sorry, excuse me.
That's right. Let's let the cities rot.
Yeah. Ruthie's Hassel fan. Hello, drinker. Wholesome news from yesterday. Olivia de Havilland, Melanie in Gone with the Wind, turned 104. She's my favorite living actress and proud to share a birthday with her. Wow.
Nice.
I didn't think anyone from that movie was alive.
No, it came out in what, 1939?
Yes, it's like 80 odd years old. Jesus. Wow. That's some going, like, yeah, well done.
Good innings.
Riddick here says the human bite, we're talking about biting fingers off.
Nice.
The human bite is 70 pounds of force or 311.3 newtons. It takes 1,485 newtons just to cause a fracture on one finger, so it's bullshit. Yeah, so I think what we're saying here is Abby could not bite through Ellie's fingers.
Well, like I said, her fingers were like fucking Haribo.
Yeah. She just made short work of them.
She bit them, and we had the whole what do they do with the arm? Compound, not that thing that they needed to come off. Yeah, they needed to come off, otherwise they would be gangrenous. So maybe she had to cut them off.
I don't know, because you see, like, when she's fighting her, she kind of spits them out. Like, I saw bits of something go flying out of her mouth. It's really quick, but like it is there.
Yeah. Okay.
But, yeah, fine. Like, she's super muscly, so maybe she's got like a really strong jaw or something.
Let's ask Owen. Oh, he's dead. He's dead.
It just makes me think of fucking Rocky IV when they're like, oh, the average heavyweight boxer can hit 800 pounds per square inch, and Ivan Drago is like 3,000 pounds or something. But they got a scene where like Abby's training, just biting down on stuff, and it's like machine like, measuring how strong she is,
ripping metal fingers off.
Yeah. There's like scientist guys there watching it, like, holy shit, she's strong.
Clipboards, filling in clipboards, whispering to each other. That's great. Yeah. And then just giving thumbs up through windows, thumbs up through.
And there'd be like graphs on the wall just going up and up and up. It's like fucking bite force is getting stronger every week. Little Chestnut says, so when do we start a Joel religion? Yeah, well, the fucking Scars have got a religion based around a martyr, so yeah, Joel needs one too. It's all going to be based around guitars.
Guitars,
yeah. The Leopardi, what's y'all's favorite game? Good one. Mine is the Resident Evil remake for originally the GameCube, and then it got ported to like everything ever. But I think that's a brilliant game. Love it.
Mine is The Witcher 3. It used to be Resident Evil 4 on the GameCube, but when The Witcher 3 came out, The Witcher took the top spot because it's so damn good.
I loved Final Fantasy VII back in the day. Back on the PS1. I just played the shit out of that game. Brilliant.
I love
Brilliant
10.
story,
10
actually.
Yeah, 7, 8, 10 are all absolute like godlike to me. Yeah, I love the remake. To be honest, I love the Final Fantasy VII remake. The fleshing out the characters is just superb.
I really need to play that actually. Get rid of Last of Us.
Tifa!
Yeah. Well, I want to hear them all talk. I want to have actual conversations with
the
Barrett
voice
and
acting
Tifa.
is superb. Absolutely superb. Yeah. Tifa's voice is the best. It's the best.
Good stuff.
Tifa number one
really
girl.
Good. Yeah. I was always an Aerith man myself.
Were you? That's fine. You can have her. I'll have Tifa.
Okay, that's fine. And we're sorry, then we'll have to fight over it.
Tifa!
Little Chestnut, Ellie could be impregnated and have immune kids. Yeah, but we're not allowed to do that. She's got the big gay. So.
Got the big gay, yeah.
Big gay and the small gay. Bardorp, hey drinker, have you read Shadowversity's book? No, I haven't actually. Shadow of the Conqueror. I've heard of it. And apparently it's doing really well because I looked at it on Amazon. It's got like 600 reviews or something. So, fucking hell, he's doing better than me. I need to promote more. But yeah,
you don't do any of that, you numpty.
I know. Well, I'll do it for my next book because that's coming out in November. So, that's it.
Is it called The Last of Us Part 2.1?
Yeah. Joel in 1.
Joel in 1. Yeah. Abby number
Arsehole in
1
1.
girl.
Yeah. Michael Tynan, hey Drinker, loved your Last of Us 2 review. Great analysis, and your issues with the game were very cogently argued. Because of it, I got a used copy so I can play it and come to my own conclusions. Also, shout out to the great and powerful Az.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Yeah. I mean, with my review, I just wanted to be fair with it. I tried to be as fair and balanced as I could be. I didn't want to just hate on every aspect of it when there were bits that I thought were okay. So I was just like, call out bits that I think work well, and try and explain where I think it goes wrong.
Yeah, you got to do that. It's just just a lot of problems with the story. A lot of problems.
Yeah. Terrible Fire here donated £20. Get a half bottle of something Speyside Drinker. I certainly will. Thank you. I like the Speyside whiskies. Help Action.
Midori. I love my Midori.
Stick with it, man. Stick with it.
Yeah, my mates always take the piss out of me for liking gay drinks, as they like to call them.
Well, I'm not going to judge. We're living in a different world now. It's 2020, and you shouldn't get judged for your drinking.
But I love Midori, melon liqueur. Who doesn't want to drink a melon liqueur?
Yeah, melon's actually all right in alcohol. I quite like it as a flavor.
Yeah.
Help Action. The Yakuza guy from Predators must have known Abby with his missing fingers. FYI, him having a fatal sword fight with a predator was the best part. Yeah, it was simultaneously the best and most ridiculous part of that movie. It's like
I watched your Predator review. That was good. No, it was great. It was just this guy just knew it was kind of his time was up, and it was time to go out. If you're going to go out fighting.
Yeah. No, it fit with his character.
Yeah. He was a bit nuts. He was a bit crazy.
Yeah. I really enjoyed. Well, I enjoyed the original Predator, really. I'm going to be doing a stream with Mauler at some point where we're going to go over it and just absolutely spurg on how great it was.
Good stuff. That'd be a good watch.
Yeah, it's just fun movie. Cole Marshall, where does Abby get his HRT? Yeah, she's got a stash.
When you become Abby and you leave your bedroom or whatever for the first time, what's the first thing that you see?
A weights room.
A massive weights room.
It's like they were kind of like, oh, we've got to explain this. Yeah.
And she got massive in 3 years. She just got massive.
Yeah. She's been on the gear.
Yeah, she's been on the steroids.
Planar Aspect. What hopes and fears do you both have for Cyberpunk? My hope is that it's going to tell a really compelling story. And that I can have my character have both a penis and a vagina and neither at the same time.
I want to fuck as many busty women as possible, and I want people to get triggered when I do, and I enjoy it.
I think that's guaranteed.
Yeah.
Yum eat 'em up. Graphics, sound, and gameplay all top notch, but when you lean into your game being all about the story and use that to drive sales and marketing, I'm sorry, but it's a 6 out of 10 at best. Story was that bad. I think you're being generous there, to be honest with you.
I go it 5. I think it's just mediocre.
Yeah. What's that, Immortan Joe?
Mediocre.
I must review that actually sometime. That'd be a great one.
That's a proper bait and switch that worked.
Yes. Yeah. Jamie van der Horst. I like Ron de Jeremy. When it comes to rum, he also has a gin, Hedgehog Gin. I've not had Hedgehog Gin actually. No, that I think about it.
Dan Aykroyd's Crystal Skull vodka?
Yes. I didn't notice much of a difference between that and something like Grey Goose or whatever. But I'm not really a vodka connoisseur. So I couldn't say like they always go about like it's been like extra filtered or something, like the Crystal Skull stuff. So it's meant to be like much more pure, and it doesn't use ethanol in it or something. So I don't notice much of a difference. I don't know if you have.
I used to destroy vodka. Smirnoff. I used to be like a Smirnoff and then Imperial vodka, and then one of my friends went to Russia and he brought back some proper vodka. And if you know proper vodka is cloudy. It's not clear. It's cloudy as shit. And it's like 85%, and it will make you see Jesus.
Yeah, do you freeze it?
No, you just no. It just that's its natural state. It's the chemical process which cleans it out, which makes it clear.
No, I meant more like when you consume it, do you put it in the freezer to chill it, or do you just have it normal?
Well, it was kind of like not just put ice in,
right?
But that would be. I never even actually thought to do that. That'd be interesting to do that.
Do it honestly, because like, it can make even shit vodka taste really good because it's so much crisper, and it goes slightly viscous. So it's not quite like watery as it is before. It won't freeze obviously because it's got such a high alcohol content, but it'll so improve the flavor. And I think that's how it's meant to be consumed. It's meant to be chilled in a freezer. So that's my recommendation.
Nice.
And it'll improve most even cheap stuff.
I went through a big phase of vodka Red Bull.
Oh yeah,
Stingers.
We all went through that phase.
Yeah, stingers, man.
That was the
double
stuff
vodka Red Bull.
Well, that's the stuff I used to drink, like when I first got into drinking properly, and it just made me spew like all the time. There was something about it because I think you can drink it really quickly, and you end up having way more than you probably should, and then it hits you, and then
you get absolutely wankered, yeah.
Yeah, and then it's a one-way trip to the toilets. So, fuck, lost a lot of nights out because of that.
Happy days.
Big Al titties, and you won't find better elsewhere.
Fuck, big old titties, nice.
That's probably a reference to something that we were talking about at the time.
Big old titties.
Bookily, drinking some Matin Legacy, great for the money. Try a Redbreast 12-year-old if you get the chance. Perfect with bitter lemon and ice. Wow. I'll keep that in mind. Jamie Van der Horst, fucking hell, how's this been written? As if they'd have started with an A on Revenge Path. Show her life in ruins, not knowing it's Joel she wants. Yeah, have her interact with Joel and Ellie, find he's a good guy, then realizing he's the guy that she wants to kill. More moral choices. Exactly, yeah. You build up Abby first before you knock her down. Rather than...
Or you don't let the audience know anything about Abby, that part. You make that part the surprise.
Yeah, there's loads of different ways you can do it that would work better and make a more balanced story, but they took the worst option.
Yeah.
Taker 610, Drinker, when is the Knives Out discussion with Mauler? If you don't make that happen, I'm taking all of your alcohol. Mauler 2, do it. It was actually meant to be this weekend, but I've got stuff on. See, he approached me just like a couple of days ago, and he's like, "Oh, so yeah, we finally got some free time. Let's do it this weekend." I was like, "Yeah, great. I'd love to. I'm just not going to be here." But yeah, it'll probably be next week that we're going to watch it. We did one for Ghostbusters, interestingly, the extended cut.
What the fuck? Why?
I don't know. It made me do it. So I'm paying that misery forward to you and making you play this game. So,
well, at least that's only fucking 3 hours long. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, but it was a long 3 hours, man. It really was.
This is a long 22 hours. Fuck.
Yeah. With that, we ran out of stuff to say after a while. It was just like, yeah, it's just another shitty improv joke that they're trying to do. What can we even say about it? There's no plot to speak of.
Yeah.
So I don't know how Knives Out is going to work as a discussion because like it's a whodunit, so you kind of need to be paying attention to what everyone's saying, and we're going to be talking all the way through it. So fuck it. I've still never seen the movie.
I haven't. Don't intend to.
Yeah. Don't blame you.
I like to I like to speak with my wallet.
Yeah. Brett Cohen. Drinker thought of a live playthrough on a game for the drinking army. I'm not buying America until they stop this rectum pandering identity politics BS. JB has stopped trade-ins for The Last of Us 2 in Australia. Yeah, apparently a lot of places are knocking back trade-ins. They're just not doing it, and you're not getting refunds on it. Don't blame them. Brendan Lucas, have you seen the film Heavenly Creatures? That's what teenage lesbians look like. They aren't acquaintances who annoy each other like Ellie and Dina. I've never seen it, actually. I've heard of it.
Yeah, I've heard of Heavenly Creatures. I might have seen it. I might have.
VRY36, did you see that showrunners of Westworld are making a Fallout series for Amazon, ready for woke Fallout? Jesus. Stop killing series.
So,
Westworld
well, hold on. This writes itself. Lead female protagonist, obviously.
Yeah, super good at everything. Obviously,
the what do they call them? The head of the vaults. They're called
administrators.
Administrators. Administrator, bad white guy. Boom.
Yep.
You got your series.
Yeah. Why give it to these people? Westworld was so good in season 1, then they just screwed it.
So I hear I've watched about half of season 1, and I actually couldn't get into the show anyway. I just couldn't do it. I just got bored.
It's one of the, if you pay attention to it, if you really get into it, then it's pretty rewarding. But then it just goes off the map with season 2, and season 3 was boring as fuck. And now I just wish they would stop it and kill it. The Cisco Kid gave me a super sticker unicorn.
Cisco Kid
swimming in unicorns tonight. Like, it's great.
Yeah, boy, man. That's how I like it.
Yeah. Yo, Jimbo, Drinker, thanks for staying sincere on this. Cheers. Cool, thank you. I was just trying to be honest with my review. The Fez Man released the Joel cut. Yeah. I want to see the Joel cut.
I want to see the Joel swing.
Yeah. Zane Zander, she could just restring and play left-handed. Yeah, she could actually. Because you don't need that many fingers to strum with, do you?
Depend. Yeah.
But you'd have to train yourself all over again to.
Yeah. It'll be very difficult, but not impossible.
Flubber, did you know Ashley Johnson was a waitress in Avengers?
Yes.
Didn't know that actually.
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she was. Yeah, brief cameo.
Okay. Cubus, wasn't the Fireflies reforming the trap that was laid out? Those hunters were prepared to get Abby after that radio call. Interesting.
No, because they were waiting right outside at the time. So she put a frequency to a completely different place. So there's no way that they would have been able to mobilize and get there in that time. It was literally seconds afterwards. So the person who gave her the tip might have tipped them off, but the frequencies that Lev gave to her were different cities.
Yeah.
So she was contacting a different city. So I don't.
You don't know where they were though. Like they say on that sheet, like, oh, this frequency is associated with this city, but you don't actually know where the transmitter's coming from. It could be like next door or something for all they know.
Well, possibly, but
I don't. I find it hard to. Yeah, I find it hard to believe though that they've just sat there for like weeks or months or however long, just waiting for somebody to come along. Like, yeah, I think it was probably just they tracked her there because they'd been following her movements through the city or whatever, and they saw her go into the house, and then they, sprung the trap when she came out.
To me, it's the person that gave the details, because Ellie was given the same details, and as soon as she got there, she got trapped. So to me, it looked like the person that was giving them the information about where they were was actually grassing them up to the Rattlers as well.
Yeah.
To say, hey, you're going to have these people coming. Ambiguous, but...
Yeah, it keeps it kind of open, I suppose. Taker, Mando episode 3 ripped off The Last of Us ending, kind of, didn't it? What happens in episode 3? Fuck. It's been like 6 months since I've watched The Mandalorian.
Is that the one where he takes the Baby Yoda back and then goes after him? He hands over Baby Yoda to the person that put out the contract, but then he leaves and comes back and kills them all and takes Baby Yoda.
I think so, yeah. There's like a 2 or 3 episode arc at the start of the season. Then it evolves into like single episode things for several, for the rest of it. And then there's like 2 at the end that round it off. So I think, you're probably right. He hands him in, has second thoughts, goes back and gets some, kills everyone. So cool.
Yeah.
I just got a couple more actually. Element Void. This game also has a strong anti-male / anti-father message. Just mention one male that is better off at the end than at the beginning. I couldn't find one. No, I think nobody of any gender is better off at the end than they are at the beginning. Everyone loses stuff. Everyone gets injured or fucked over in some way. It's just more men seem to get killed. Like there's only like Tommy alive at the end.
Yeah, Dina, she's fine. She takes the baby.
Yeah, but she's lost her lover.
Yeah.
So, or she's lost the person she's physically attracted to, I guess. But yeah,
but
so
Dina
even she doesn't
have anyone.
Apparently, yeah. But yeah, like it doesn't do Joel any favors as a father figure. It kind of undermines him and everything he's done, and it seems kind of ungrateful towards him. So yeah, it's definitely not good in that respect. Shawnee West, the Final Fantasy VII Remake is the opposite of Last of Us 2. It respects its characters, its fans, and its attractive women you can enjoy playing as. Well, good. I'm looking forward to playing it. I really was fearful that game was going to be shit because it had been delayed so many times. I think they scrapped the original version and started again because the production company were doing such a bad job with it. So I'm glad it's actually turned out well.
Beautiful looking game. Absolutely gorgeous looking game. But plays really well. Combat's really satisfying. Characters are great. Fucking stories are amazing. Lots of fun elements. Loads of laughs. Loads of emotion. It's fucking fantastic.
Good. Andrew Bedford, can we have a Welsh Last of Us 2? Dole is the vaccine.
Ellie, there, woof. We're going to go over there and you know what I mean? Like...
I'd love to see how Scotland's getting on in the Last of Us 2 world, because I think we'd be having a whale of a time with all this stuff. I think you'd
be the same. You wouldn't notice that anything had happened. In Glasgow, it certainly wouldn't. They'd have no clue what's happened.
Yeah, life would just carry on for us. Matt Guy says...
Clickers getting in my fucking face, mate. Get the fuck out of here.
I'm going to fucking have you.
Yeah. Fucking give it a Glasgow kiss, you fucking pretty boy.
Writes itself. Matt Guy, we all used to get blitz on 2K and the vodka in Red Square. Yeah. 2K.
Oh, yeah. All the way.
What was the shit we used to drink? It was like
2020, Mad Dog 2020.
Yeah, we had White Lightning.
Oh
Omega.
God, that was fucking gut rot.
That was all just drain cleaner.
Yeah.
I don't know how we're still alive, but it was like £2 a fucking bottle for like a gallon of the stuff, so it was great. JM says, who has the better post-apocalyptic survival strategy for women? Abby getting jacked up, or Dina being a tramp, or Ellie balanced approach? I mean, I would say getting jacked, because you can't really seduce like the infected, although I think Dina would give it a try.
Probably. She's a massive whore. Abby got what she... Well, apart from losing Owen, other than that, she really got everything that she wanted. She got her revenge. She lived. She saved Lev.
Yeah.
Boom.
She did lose all her friends and her dog. And all her muscle mass. Like, she lost some massive gains.
Yeah. That is the biggest tragedy. She lost her gains.
Yeah.
It's going to take fucking months to get them back, honestly. Sheetrocks donated $100, so thank you very much for that. Mr. X, this made me decide not to get a PlayStation 5. Tsushima will be my last Sony exclusive, joining the PC master race. Could be a smart move. The PS5 just looks weird, and it doesn't really seem like that much of a step up. Like, the 3 was the biggest leap. Going from the 2 to the 3 was awesome. It just seemed incredible. The 4 was like, meh, okay, it's a bit better, but nothing great.
You know how people think the PlayStation 3 didn't do massively well?
Oh, it did eventually. It just took a long time to get there.
Yeah, it did more. It did more than the bloody the Xbox 360.
Sony were smart. They were smart enough to realize that they'd made some real mistakes with it, and they were like, it's way overpriced. We're losing. Apparently, they were losing like $100 on each one because it cost more to make than they actually made from it. And they're like, we need to dump all of this useless shit that we've put in it. So, the backwards compatibility went. Like, all these different expansion ports at the back went. The 5 USB ports at the front went. Like, they cut down the cost of it so much and eventually made it profitable. And it didn't melt down anymore because there was so much. So many components inside it. It was generating so much heat it couldn't cool itself. So they were smart enough to get it sorted, but it took a while, and it eventually recovered. But it was quite close. I think if they just kept it as it was, they probably would have had a failure there.
I think it sold like 86 million overall.
Yeah, not bad. Like,
no,
and the weird thing is, like, you play games on it now, they still look good. They're not as sharp, obviously, but like they're fine. Last 2 super chats here. Apollonies Minion. Hey, Critical and Az, since you like gay drinks, have you tried copper nipples, Baileys, and butterscotch schnapps? Blah! That'd be like drinking a pudding.
Sounds great.
I generally don't go for like really sweet, sickly stuff if I can avoid it. So yeah, it probably wouldn't be for me. There was one that you could get. It was like what was it called? It was a brain hemorrhage, I think, and they poured Baileys into like tequila or something like that, so it curdles, and then it just goes like to this solid mass, like it looks like a brain. It's
wow,
unpleasant. Yeah, you sort of eat it as you go.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that was something else. Like,
why not?
And Marius Van will end it here, who's saying, Last of Us 2 reminds me of Requiem for a Dream. Utterly bleak and hopeless. You can feel your soul draining away with every minute. Yeah, kind of.
At least Requiem for a Dream was good.
Yeah. Yeah. It's that kind of game. I was happy to finish it because then the misery could end.
Yeah. I've never been more happy to finish a game in my life.
Yeah.
It was miserable. Like I said, it was misery porn. Absolute misery porn. I couldn't give 2 fucking shits what happens to these characters ever again. They can go eat all kinds of dick. So can cuckers. Miserable, nihilistic, basic, boring. There you go.
That pretty much sums it up. But that brings us to the end of our super chats this evening. So we've made it to the end, just like you made it to the end of Last of Us 2. We made it to the end of the super chats. And yeah, I mean, honestly, man, I just want to say thanks for playing this game and completing it in record time to do this stream with like half an hour to go. That was some heroic effort right there. And 2, just for being able to join me on the stream tonight and have a good chat. It's been awesome to chat with you and go through this stuff and hear your thoughts on it.
Thank you, man.
I really appreciate it.
Pleasure. Yeah, no, it's been a complete pleasure. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. Love your stuff. I think you are gonna be huge, dude. I think you're going to be
Thank
huge, and I think you deserve every single bit of it as well. I think you've got a very good analytical head on you. I think you make some very good and reasoned points, and you do it in a great humorous way that everyone can enjoy. So yeah, I started watching your stuff when you had about 20k subs.
Oh wow, you've been with me a while.
Yeah, been with you a long time.
Yeah.
When I said to myself, he's gonna be huge, this guy. And yeah, you just went into the stratosphere. So no, it's been an utter pleasure, man.
Nice one. And what's next for Heel versus Babyface? Because I know you've been covering a lot of Last of Us 2. You know, kind of what have you got coming up?
Please, I want to get away from The Last of Us if possible. My next As Chats, I have my next guest lineup, and that's going to be Lady Alchemy. She's going to be the next guest, who's currently got an Indiegogo campaign going, but hers has been a rocky ride that's now rising back up again from the ashes. The phoenix is arising and all that. I've got bagging, boarding, and chatting with Gary for Nerdrotic on Tuesday, where we go and bag and board some comics. And Friday Night Tights, tomorrow night, 10 p.m. UK time on Nerdrotic's channel as well.
Superb. There's always, yeah,
if you
fancy Friday Night Tights. Yeah.
We got this week, got Ripper. Got Ripper on. We have Eric July on this week.
Superb. Yeah, I mean, Gary had asked me about coming on sometime, so I've got things going on this weekend, so I won't be able to make it. But yeah, I'll definitely like to join you guys for another one, if you'll have me on.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, pretty sure. Can't say I'm not speaking for Gary, but I'm pretty sure I'd love to have you on, dude.
Nice. All right, brilliant stuff. The link to Azzy's channel is in the description. Give him a follow, give him a subscription, because he's an excellent channel, does some great breakdowns of you know, a lot of the stuff that's going on in entertainment at the moment, whether it's video games or movies or anything like that, and has some epic rants that I've listened to. I've really enjoyed them.
Yeah. You know, you could be filtered, or you could just tell it how you feel. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I've kind of got to that point now. I'm just like, fuck it. I'm just gonna tell it how I think it is. You know,
just plunge straight in there like Owen with Abby.
Yeah, turn it around and see where it goes.
Cool, man. All right, well, that's all we've got this evening. So we're going to go away now. So thanks, everyone. Thanks for all the super chats, and thanks for a great interaction. It's been awesome.
Thanks, audience. Bye.
Laters.